Good evening, guys. Good evening, Gail. Good evening, Alan. Good to see you again,
Evening,
as
guys.
usual.
How are you doing?
Let's see here. Jeez. Crew 1351 was popped in a little bit early, very early, actually.
Yeah, a bunch of my people, because I was mentioning earlier today, I'll see you guys at this time. And, oh, wait a minute. We're on different daylight savings times.
Yeah. And Feeling
Grumpy.
Clan Wolf popped in a little bit earlier. Jabber the Prepper popped in earlier too.
Yeah.
Did I miss anyone?
Norfolk, you okay? How you doing, mate?
The Sofa Survivalist, he popped in earlier, so we'll see if he pops up.
Like a sneaky raccoon.
Yeah. And Food Forest Permaculture popped in 6:50 p.m. So, but he will probably pop up again. So, and CER, of course, but yeah, and Feeling Clan Wolf Fest. I wondered what was with the start time. Yeah, that's the problem with when we have different time zones and live in different countries, because we change later than you guys do. So
we used to change the same time years ago, and then some politician goes, "Oh, we need to start even earlier." Why?
I have no idea why they do that.
I don't even know when do the clocks go forward actually in the UK? I have no idea. I need to check.
I think yours is at the end of the month.
We change our time 29th.
Yeah.
This month.
Sunday 29th of March. Yeah.
Yeah. See, the rest of the world's on the same daylight savings time. It's just that we had a couple political idiots here that said, "Oh, we want to start it earlier in the spring and make it go later in the fall." And it's like, yeah.
Hey, Diana, good to see you, man.
Them.
There's a little bit of I know in Scotland, and especially in the far north, there's a little bit of dispute.
Hey, Hugo, good to see you again. CB.
When the clocks change, it's darker.
Hey, Mike, good to see you.
North you are.
Yeah.
Ken M. Scotty, I don't know. It's on if he's on your side, Mike, Ellen, or your side, Gil.
Which one's that?
Ken M. Scotty.
Yeah, that's not my side.
Yeah. We have also Lorraine Saunders. Good to see you, ma'am. And we have Nick Miller, as usual. Good to see you. Tammy Harder, good to see you too.
Yep.
Joshua, good to see you. And Angela, good to see you. Did I miss anyone more? Hopefully not.
Yeah. Well,
we did miss one. Hey, Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle, good to see you.
Yeah. I got something to share with you guys here, and I posted this on my Facebook page. So let's bring this up. All right. So I took these pictures at 7:20 a.m. on Saturday morning, before daylight savings time. The next morning at 7:20 a.m. Look how dark it is. The difference. And my grandson stand out there across the street to catch the bus at 7:20. It was darker on the first day of daylight savings time than it is in December and January during the peak dark hours of the morning. It's darker on daylight savings time, which this is one of the things that ticks me off so bad about it is they're putting so many school children at risk out there in the dark because the idiots that don't know how to do their clocks right are now racing to work, running late, and there are more kids killed during the first couple of weeks of daylight savings time in the spring and the last 2 weeks in November because it is too friggin' dark in the morning.
And we have Stuart.
Yeah, that's my pet peeve.
Okay.
Wasn't it something to do with farming? Wasn't that the reason why they changed?
No, not farming. Absolutely not. It was industrial.
Oh, really?
Because it was for the war effort. First, they did it for
Brian, good to see
World War I, and then they stopped it. And then World War II, they did it again, and then they stopped it. And then during the Korean conflict, they put it back in again, and they kept it.
And Polonium 13. Good to see you too.
Yeah. Here's the thing. The Native Americans have a saying about daylight savings time. They go, only the white man would think he could cut 2 inches off the blanket on one end, sew it on the other, and think he has a longer blanket.
Purple Ale, good to see you.
Yeah, I thought it was farming. People saying that in the messages as well. I suppose it sounds better if you say it's to allow farmers to get more daylight in their working day, but I suppose that doesn't really make sense, you know.
Farmers hate it with a passion. They fight it every single time because it screws up their entire operation. Especially dairy farmers hate it because it basically they went having to change the delivery time for the trucks picking up the milk, so they got to start now. Get the cows to start milking earlier. Yeah, it's just utterly. Yeah,
I think we have waited long enough for today's topic, so we jump straight into how to build a prepping community. That is a good question.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to build a prepping community? Well, first of all, you need to have some really, 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 really good friends. Talk to them and talk about preparedness. And if they are not prepared already, of course, and ask them if they want to gather and join a community.
The thing about communities, building a prepper community, I think the first thing that should be said, in my opinion, because it's only been in the past year I've decided to actively try to become part of a prepping community, if you like, an actual community of like-minded people. So I've got a little bit of sort of experience over the past year of the best way of doing that. And the first thing I'd like to say, because a lot of people don't realize this, you don't need to start the community. You can join the community. It already exists. You know, there's plenty of other people out there who have been doing this for a long time. I didn't start any kind of community. I joined a community. I did it via YouTube by speaking to like-minded people like yourselves. I joined the Discord. I joined the UK Prepping Network Discord, and through a network of like-minded people, over a period of time, you start to realize, okay, we all have these things in common. We all have these similar concerns, and here's the multitude of skills we all have, and then we talk about them when we share them. And that's the beginning of a community. But even if you don't do that, you can begin just by, with your friends, neighbors, and family, and you can do it gradually. There's a gradual way of doing this, which doesn't make you sound like a crazy person, and it's based on skills.
It is not one night decision.
Yeah. No. And you mentioned something a couple times, and that is the key thing that everybody kind of glosses over. They'll say it, but they gloss over what it really means. Like-minded people.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of different like-minded people out there. I sent Shadow my PowerPoint from when I did this several weeks ago. There are a bunch of different types of groups. Everything from the lone wolf to the LLC corporation prepping groups, and each of the different ones have a different mindset of what they want in their group, what their end goal is, and what they require of their members. So that's one of the things you can say, oh, this group sounds good. You get in there and all of a sudden you realize it's a little too militaristic for me. They are too rigid. They go, oh, we go to the gun range all this time. You got to do this. And you go like, well, no, that's not the type prepper group I want. And you get to the ones that are really, really laid back and they say, oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. We do this. We have these little activities. We have a sewing bee, whatever, little things that it's like, now that you guys need to step it up a little bit. So you got to find the right niche that you want, that people that are of like-mindedness as far as what they want to get done, how they want to do it, the time frame they want to do it in, and whether or not they're all on the same level.
Yeah.
Because some of them you'll join a community and it's like, oh, they got these, this is the upper class, they're in charge of everything. They formed it, they rule. Others are ones where they elect people to be in charge. And some of them have it where the person can only run for 2 terms and they got to let somebody else have it. So that's one thing you got to make sure of when you're joining or creating a community. Everybody agrees on the fundamental basis.
Yeah.
Because that tears, and I've seen that tear groups apart where they start going together and they just fall apart because they can't agree on everything.
Yeah. And Huga has a good point, actually. Different groups have different structures, rules, values, etc. It's good to explore different groups to see where you fit.
Yep.
And I can put up that PowerPoint you made, Gil.
Either you can put it up or I can put it up. Either one.
Thinking about prepper. We can begin with that one.
Yeah.
Lone wolf.
I'm sorry. I laugh about this one because I see so many channels on YouTube talking about, oh, I'm going to be the lone wolf. I got my stuff. I go out there and I can survive by myself until they break a leg or break an arm.
Yeah.
If you break a leg and an arm, you're screwed.
Yeah. Or they wind up getting bit by an animal.
Yeah.
Something, a possible rabid animal or something. And to me, the biggest drawback of the lone wolf is sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
How can you stand guard and sleep at the same time?
Mike says, so the number one thing to do with the community is don't be a dictator. I have a leadership team on ours, so decisions are never just mine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good way to set up things. I would do the same.
There's definitely an alpha male aspect of certain people who want to take control and do things all of the time, and that can be destructive in a group. So you have to be wary about those kind of people as well. The lone wolf thing, though, I mean, it's good that you're sort of bringing that straight to the front of the table, Gil, because I think that's the number one thing that most people, there's certainly a category of people out there who just immediately think, oh, I'm just a lone wolf, I'm just going to do my own thing. And I know people from my side of the table, the survivalist side, is, which I've always advocated that a survivalist is different from a prepper. And the one thing that we tend to fall foul of is we do tend to have more of a lone wolf mentality as opposed to a lot of preppers do. And like you say, the lone wolf will just die. The lone wolf idea is something of a myth, and you have to remove the notion that you can just fight the world by yourself and you're an island, you can do it all yourself, because you really can't. I mean, human beings are a community species. We're a species of animals that needs community, and the more community that you have, the stronger you are as a larger unit for a lot of reasons. That doesn't mean you can't be independent. That doesn't mean you can't prep and learn skills as an individual. So to my mind, I think like a lone wolf, but I know I'm not going to be a lone wolf. I have to actively be part of a community and contribute something towards that. I'm not going to be the leader of the group, but I'm going to be. I'm going to bring something to the group.
Yeah, there was an oxymoron posted in there up there about Amish and Mennonites being lone wolf communities. That is totally wrong. They are not lone wolf if they are a community.
Yeah,
Lone
that's an
wolf
oxymoron
is
right there.
Single individual.
Hey, Pilgrim.
They
Good
will
to see
fit
you.
into on one of the other categories as we go along. Here's where you'll find the Mennonites and the Amish.
Yeah. Number 1, lone wolves plan to go it alone. Number 2, they are usually single individuals. 3, but they can be a single family unit. Explain that, Gil.
All right, so like if it was going to be just my family, me, my wife, and my 2 boys, we could be called a lone wolf family. We're not connected with anybody else. And even then, being a lone wolf family, we're going to be short on manpower because that means somebody's going to have to be up during the night, and during the daytime, the rest of us are going to be doing the work while that person's sleeping. So it's lone wolf is a single unit, whether it's a single family or a single person. Generally, for the most part, I would say 80% of it, it's going to be a single person that are doing lone wolf. When you get to a family unit and the whole family is working together, you're going to get input saying, hey, we don't want to be by ourselves. We need another family. And then you're going to step up to a different level, a different type of group.
Yeah. Number 4, generally do not have enough supplies. And I definitely agree with that. As one person, you cannot carry too much. That slow you down. And if you're alone, you need to keep up the speed. Yeah. Otherwise, if you're too slow and alone, others can get to you much more easy. So that makes that a problem. Yeah. But I want to add, to be a lone wolf, you can do that for a short period of time, like a scouting mission.
Yeah.
For 1, 2, 3 days, maybe. Scouting mission. That works just fine, but not for long-term perspective.
There is a book I really love called Beacon Story, and it's about 2 guys, an old man, mountain man, and a kid he's been training, and they go. They have a place they go to, and when the place burns down, they wind up joining another community, like it says there in number 6. They decide to join a group later because they've lost some of their supplies because of an accident that happened. But it's things can happen. It can happen to change. Some lone wolves don't want to join a community, and they need to realize in the long run, you ain't going to survive as a lone wolf.
No.
I mean, to me, the idea of lone wolf, a genuine lone wolf, a proper lone wolf, to me is a hermit by himself, completely separated from community, who doesn't want help, doesn't contribute anything, and wants to be left alone.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I mean, that person can, over a relatively medium period of time, let's say, go about his own business. But at some point, he's going to need help from somebody. Otherwise, like you say, he's just going to die. Whether that be he becomes ill and he can't feed himself, or he's under attack and he can't stay awake long enough. He breaks a leg or something.
Yeah.
Also, no man can learn everything.
Oh, yeah.
So if you are somebody who's living in the cabins and you're of the opinion that you're by yourself, you don't need anybody else, are you really telling me that you know everything there is to know about, first aid, making clothes, preparing food, the best fuels to use, construction, building, all those different skills? You could learn a little bit of each of those things, but you're never going to be fully proficient in all of them.
Right.
I mean, there's just so much out of there. So by knowing people with skills that broaden your survivability, because it's all about survivability after all.
Yeah.
The more,
one of the things I like what you're getting at here, Alan, here in the United States, there is a mentality here that dates back to the early founding of the country of the frontiersmen. that go and the trapper that goes off to the mountains, lives by himself, traps all the beaver or the buffalo or whatever.
Yeah, the mountain.
Problem is, everybody forgets. Yeah, they go and do that. But what do? Twice a year? They come back to civilization, trade everything they trapped for supplies so they can go back out and do it again. They're not true lone wolves. The mountain man, the frontiersman, the trapper were part-time lone wolves. They went out, did their work, came back in, sold stuff, bought more supplies, and pocketed the extra money. Their goal was to not to do this forever, but to earn the money where they could then not have to do it. That was their goal. And the mindset here in America that a lot of the lone wolves, the mountain men do it, I can do it. You have no idea what the mountain men were really doing. You don't understand. They had the rendezvous they had to go to get supplies, to get the bacon, to get the beans, to get the flour and stuff, and sell off the beaver pelts, the buffalo hides, whatever it is. They are interacting with society still on a limited basis. They're not a true lone wolf. They're a lone hunter, goes out, hunts, and brings back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
so
that's
kind of like what Shadow was saying, is they can do it for a short period of time, but you gotta be part of a bigger group if you're going to survive being a mountain man. And a lot of times they wound up dying out there because they broke a leg, they got hurt, something happened.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, the concept of the mountain man, there are still a few of them out there. I mean, there are still a few independent mountain men, if you like, who live in remote parts of Alaska and the likes of things like that. And they make their living via trap lines. They'll set up a trap line. They'll spend long periods of time in the wilderness. But like you say, they're not out there simply living off the land continuously. They're out there to do a job. They're out there to harvest. And in a lot of cases, when it comes to hunters, they're out there to harvest pelts. They're out there to harvest, furs and things like that. And, they don't need all those furs. So what are they doing with them? Well, of course, over a period of time, they collect enough and then they come back and then they sell them. And then, that's effectively trade. So they're selling the pelts, they're getting money or whatever, and then they're buying the other supplies that they need in order to, go through their life. What we have here is a fundamental misunderstanding of what lone wolf is. Yep. Lone wolf doesn't mean lone wolf is, to my mind, somebody who is completely separate from everybody else all of the time. And has a mindset and a belief system that he doesn't require anybody else. Now, that might be true for a short period of time, but it's definitely not. You're going to fall foul of some problems in the near future. That doesn't mean that you can't be completely self-sustaining and independent. To my mind, a survivalist is somebody who thinks kind of like an onion. So it's survival starts with you as an individual. You have to be able to learn to adapt to your own personal survival situation and gather as many skills as possible. And then the next layer up from that is your immediate family, the people who are literally in your household. And then the next layer up from that is your neighbors and your immediate community and other relatives. And then, it might then be the village. And then you by this point, we're already deep into the community. All mountain men have community. I mean, there's a community of mountain men. I study mountain men quite a lot. I spend a lot of time reading about the guys in the Hudson Bay Company back in the day and back in the frontier days, because to me, that's the ultimate survivalism. To me, they're the ultimate survivalists. But they weren't lonely. They weren't hermits. They weren't living out there by themselves and they didn't ever see any other people. They were encampments. They would have encampments of people, and they would go out into frontiers, sometimes unexplored, or sometimes, there was knaves and things. They would go out there, they would do a particular task for a particular period of time, and then they would retreat back and they would sell and trade the spoils of what they were out there doing. And then they would push forward further. And that's how America was effectively colonized, because it slowly but surely pushed further and further west.
Right.
And that's what happened. And that's what all human history did, by the way, not just the Americas. That's how all human beings originally. I'm very much of the belief that all human beings originated somewhere in Africa, and then over a slow period of time, they pushed out throughout the whole of the world, and they did it that exact way. But that doesn't mean they were all hermits, because they certainly weren't, because we're a social species.
Yeah, and number 5, can be a threat to others. Definitely. I can agree with that, because they can't carry enough supplies. So when they run out, they need to take it from others. Yeah.
That's
the problem with that.
Yeah, being a threat to others is important, because when they run short on supplies, it's like they don't have anything to trade, because they haven't been collecting stuff to trade. And now they're going to be a threat because they need food and they're not getting the food. They can't find the food they need. And they see a group over here and they're going to go, yeah, I got to go steal from them if I'm going to live. Yeah. And that's where they become a threat to others.
I mean, and the problem is with a lone wolf like that is they can sneak in and take things without you notice anything, okay? And that is much harder to track one person. And if he get caught, he's screwed. So if he managed to get away, you have a serious problem.
Yeah, you effectively have a scavenger predator individual in that case, which is a dangerous individual. I mean, there's 2 other aspects to why an absolute lone wolf could be a particular threat. One is the isolation of that individual will cause them to have some issues. You know, human beings, we know this from many, studies of people in isolation in prison, for example. If they're left entirely to their own devices without human contact, they have various mental problems, you know, and it causes them other issues. And then the other aspect is, if you're separated entirely from community, then what it does is it puts a complete barrier from that individual and the humanity of those other people. So it's far easier for a person who has no personal connection to an individual to cause harm to those people, because he has no personal connection to them. He's separated from that community. It's the othering effect, you know. So if you live in a very small community, even like a tiny little village, let's say you're in a community of 50, over a very, very short period of time, you're going to get to know every single person in that 50 plus community very well. You won't like all of them, but you almost certainly won't want to cause them genuine harm, because you've got that attachment, that communication. You know their name, you know their family, you know their kids, you know, there's even the ones that really piss you off, but you have a personal connection to them, and you'll actually protect them. And that's one of the beauties of community, and that's why human beings have evolved to have community, is because you will go out of your way to protect that community and protect people within that community, even if you don't particularly like them. Because an attack on a community is an attack on you. And you feel it like an attack on you.
And that's the thing, too. Even though you may not like them, you may recognize, they have a specific skill set you need in that community.
Absolutely. I mean, if you've got that one doctor in that community of 50, he could be the biggest asshole in the world, but you're going to do absolutely everything possible to protect that guy. Or it could even be something like a mechanic. A mechanic, you have 2 or 3 vehicles and you've got one mechanic, that guy's like gold dust.
Yes.
You know, you're going to do everything to protect him as much as possible. But that's why skills are the most valuable commodity, in my opinion, because the more skills you have, the more prospects you have, the more valuable you are. And nobody can take away a skill. People can take away stuff, but they can't take away skills, you know?
Oh yeah, that is so right. I know a lot of people with no skills, no common sense, and people without skills can still earn their way, labor security stuff. And if they're smart, they're going to be spending their free time learning skills, because they're going to realize, I need more skills so I can be more valuable.
Yeah. And number 6, some may decide to join a group later.
Those are the smart ones. Those are the smart ones.
The smart ones, but those who are not that brilliant or smart, they will not.
And those will be number 7.
Yeah, for the most part, they will not survive. I agree.
I mean, how long do you guys think an absolute? Imagine a lone wolf. We're in an absolute SHTF situation where there's very few people left in the world, and you've got a guy. Let's say it's a guy, and he's a complete lone wolf, full-on hermit, doesn't want anything to do with
Hey,
anybody else,
Shannon, good to
very
see you, man.
protective of himself, etc. How long does that person live, in your guys' opinion? I personally don't think that person's living more than a couple of years.
Yeah, you know, and if they're in, depending on their climate where they're at, it could be a couple
Yeah.
months.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that fate might not even be just, you know, climatic. That might simply be they push the boundaries a little bit too much in the community that he's near. You know, he steals from the wrong person or does something to the, you know, that community, and that community turns on that person. That's a very real possibility because I mean, these people aren't going to be out in the wilds. They're going to be on the fringes of community or completely in the community. Everybody knows about that sort of, you know, everybody, you know, who lives in a sort of neighborhood that has that one person who, you know, keeps the curtains closed all the time and you never see them and they don't interact with anybody type thing. They just want to be left alone. You can do that all you like, but you know, in a genuine SHTF type situation, that person's going to become, you know, a subject of suspicion at the very least. And that in itself could become dangerous for that person. You know, because that's why back in the days where you had like witch burnings, all of this kind of stuff, that was individual people who separated themselves from the community and they lived on the fringes of community and they wanted to be left alone for whatever reason. And then you would, and then something would go wrong and they would blame that person. It was like, oh, that's the witch in the woods that must have caused it.
Let's go out there. The thing is, a lot of the quote witch burnings here in Salem witch trials were people involved in the community, and the people making the accusations were the ones without as many skills, were not as well off, and they were blaming the other people because they were well off, and blaming them as witches because they had no self-worth themselves. So they're blaming that person's a witch. How can they have so much good stuff when I can't have that?
Yeah,
and that's what part of the troublemakers were there. Yeah. All right. So I think the next one is we need to go to team.
Yeah, team. Number 1, small units, 5 to 12 individuals. Very structured with rigid and specific rules. 3, they have specific ideology. 4, they often run a military style of leadership. 5, leadership is fixed. 6, may or may not own land. 7, can be a threat to others.
Yeah, this one is gets a lot of people ticked off because all right, you can have a bunch of different teams. Most of them are good, but you have that one team which has no moral compass.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that become threat to others. They're like, okay, we're good, we're macho, we can do it. This is what we're going to do. And they have they follow a very strict, rigid format, rules and stuff. And they say, all right, I can't even pronounce it here. Number 3, where they are such as, all right, we're good, we're strong, we're going to take what we need. That's where a team goes south.
Yeah.
Some teams could be just the opposite. And that's the thing. It has to do with the mentality of the group. Some of them can be very strict on their structure and everything, but have a very strong moral compass.
Yeah.
Those are good ones to make friends with. The ones that have no moral compass, those are the ones that are a threat. And if you're trying to join a group of 10 or 12 individuals, you got to learn real quick. Is this the group you really want to be in? Or is this the group you want to stay away from?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other problem with a team is some of those teams turn out to be raiders in an SHTF situation.
Yeah.
They are like pirates, basically. They hanging around the main roads, some old timber roads people take because there are no other way, and they probably you need to pay them
to leave you alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
one of the things is aspects that I didn't put on here was some teams will realize, crap, we don't have enough supplies. Rather than stealing from this other group over here, we need to go join this other group over here. And that's when you get a mindset of these small groups realize we can't do it as a small group. We need to band together build a bigger group. And that's, when you have people that realize that, that's a bonus because that means they actually have intelligence.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you definitely would have small groups of people who are genuinely like-minded with each other, banding together in the immediate aftermath of
Right.
any genuine SHTF situation. I'm thinking of groups of youths. You would have like groups like biker gangs or these kind of groups they already exist nowadays. So there's no reason why they wouldn't come together a little bit more in order to aid themselves in an SHTF situation. And it's really just a case of trying to figure out the priorities of those people and what it is they're bringing. I mean, to my mind, it's really a case of trust versus skills. I mean, ideally you want both, but I mean, if you had to prioritize, I would prioritize trust over skills first, because I mean, trust is where the foundation of any group is. Skills is kind of just a multiplier of information. I mean, I used the example earlier on of the sort of the skilled mechanic in the group if you have just a few vehicles. But if you've got a skilled mechanic who's also very dishonest and selfish and becomes a liability, he's actually more of an issue than anything else. Yeah. So you don't want a person like that. So you have to really find a common ground as to, if you're in a group or you're interacting with a group, what is the ideology of this group? What is the purpose of them? How did they form? Why are they a group in the first place? And, you're going to get religious groups, you're going to get youth groups, you're going to get groups of people who are of particular ethnicities or something because they happen to live in that particular area. And you'll get people like to group together. It's a natural thing. It's kind of like the school cafeteria, where all the certain groups of kids sit at certain tables. And it naturally happens. It's a natural part of human evolution. The cool kids and the not so cool kids and the nerdy kids, all that kind of stuff. Adults have that as well. But when a group becomes larger than sort of 5 to 12 people, like is marked up here on this slide, then you've got community. I don't really think a community of 12 people is a community. I think that's a group or a team, if you like. Only when it becomes a little bit more diverse and bigger does it become a community. Diverse in thinking and skills and knowledge and age ranges. Then it becomes more coherent and it becomes more functional and it becomes something more akin to what we all live in the sort of modern world. And that's what we want to you want to get to that point. It's all very well and good saying, well, imagine a sort of military group. A group of 12 guys that are in the military and they all have one goal and they've got a leader and they've got a rank system, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. You have that in prison. Yeah. But eventually that becomes a dictatorship and you don't really want to be part of that.
No. Because a dictatorship, that can be a big issue.
Yeah.
For everyone. Because you can't tell that leader your opinion because everything he says is correct. So you can't. So that can be a huge issue.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the main reasons it becomes a huge issue is because if you get to a point where you have a leader who can't be told anything is wrong, and we see this in the world, we can all identify the world leaders out there who are dictators. Everybody who has a genuine opinion about something that's based on facts is scared to bring that to the attention of the great leader because they want to stay on his good side. And what you end up having is a bunch of yes men surrounding the leader and telling the leader what he wants to hear. And that's when you end up having poor decisions being made. And ultimately, that has a corrosive effect on the wider body politic, of
Yeah.
any group,
Yeah.
whether it be small, large, it could be a country. Eventually, a totalitarian dictator will run down the many in order to, benefit the few around him, usually.
Yeah.
And then eventually that gets overthrown and you end up in a cycle. And you see this in cultures, certain countries where it becomes a real problem. I mean, there's people right now who are saying, well, Iran has effectively had a dictatorship for, however many
45
years. Yeah, 45 years of a dictatorship, and it's worked well. Has it worked well? Or has it been massively oppressive to the mass majority of people, which eventually has turned into a point where right now there are bombs dropping on the entire populace because of that situation? So that right there is a microcosm as to why that is a bad thing. Might have took 45 years to get to that stage, but it always ends that way. Dictatorships never genuinely last. Some of them last a lifetime, but they never genuinely last through the entirety of a proper civilization. The most functional civilizations in the world are not run by dictatorships.
Yeah.
I want to add something to it. I hope you have seen The Walking Dead. And there is one guy named Negan. He has his so-called sanctuary. If somebody doesn't follow orders, you know what he do? He kills them.
Yeah.
And if they retreat because they decide to do it because it's the right thing to do, no, he kills them. That's typical dictatorship.
Yeah.
And that's why when you're joining a group or putting together the group, you want to make sure that there are checks and balances in place to prevent a person from coming to the forefront like that.
Yeah.
And everyone, a lot of the comments here are talking about as you're coming together after the event starts. Actually, what we're trying to talk about is coming together before the event happens.
Yeah.
All right, I think we can go to the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, that one wound up going over. I don't know why it dropped down on it there, but yeah. So for Wolfpack / Nomads, it's kind of hard to read. I'm trying to hang on. I gotta bring it up on my side so I can read it here on mine. Where is it? There it is. So we're up to Wolfpack. Okay, so one, Wolfpack Nomads are mobile groups larger than teams. They plan to wander until things settle down. They travel like the nomads of the deserts with their belongings. Some will have livestock with them, sheep, goats, cows, whatever.
Chickens.
They usually have a set leadership group. And when I say usually, they'll have they'll have the chieftain and his people, but they're not, like in the nomads of the desert, the chieftain can be challenged and no, you're no longer chieftain.
Yeah.
And it is a hard lifestyle.
Oh, yeah.
It's not for everybody. Others will love it and they'll thrive in it. But most people, it's too hard of a lifestyle to be moving all the time. But yeah, so like there will be some of them that are mobile and moving around, but hopefully the nomads and the wolf packs, when they come across a community that's one of the ones we're going to get into a little bit later here, that is established and they're functioning. If the wolf pack and nomads are smart enough, they go, okay, it's time to these people settle down. It's time for us to join another group. And so, but from I know very few people that want to be in a wolf pack or nomads where they're planning to, when the balloon goes up and it's SHTF or Twaki, going to be wandering around for several years before they settle down. Most people are not this type of lifestyle.
No.
Yeah.
The risk with with a wolf pack nomad system is you increase the risk to be attacked by others.
Yeah.
And you will lose everything, basically.
Yeah.
And where in the worst case scenario, you lose your life.
Yeah.
I mean, we do. If you take a look at modern society, I mean, we have a strong traveller community in the UK and across Europe. You know, the gypsy community, for example, the traveller community, if you like. They are effectively modern day nomads. You know, they will travel from town to town. They will set up camp in a specific area for a period of time, and then they will move on. So you can live that way. The difference is they're not living off the land. They're living off a particular community for a period of time. And usually the way they do this is, for the most part, I say for the most part, they're contributing something. So a traveller community will roll into town full of caravans, for example, say in my town, this is a thing that does happen here. They'll come into town, they'll put their caravans in a field, and for the next 3 weeks, they're basically going to camp there. And the men are going to go out and they're going to do things like gardening, DIY jobs, roofing, blue collar type work and stuff like that. And for the most part, contrary to popular belief, they generally do it quite well because they want to earn a living, because that's how they do it. They go from community to community, earning a living, and then they move on. So it is possible to live that way. I think of a traveling circus. A traveling circus is a nomad community.
Right.
It makes its living by putting on a performance in the place that it stops for a period of time, and that's how it feeds itself. But basically, it's just a nomad community, and all human beings, or for the most part, most human beings, not all, but most human beings were nomads. And they did it over a very long period of time, and they progressed out through the entirety of the world as nomads, following caribou herds and other animals and migrationary patterns and things like that. And that's how they ended up in the northern parts of Europe and eventually the Americas and Eurasia and these kind of places.
Yeah. I want to say something real quick before I disappear here. The wind has picked up insanely. I mean, we're supposed to get 65-mile-an-hour winds here this afternoon for a windstorm coming through. And if I disappear, it's because I lost internet connection, and it may take me about 5 minutes to come back up.
Okay, no problem.
So just think, more than just freeze, just disappear totally. That's what's going on. The windstorm is really getting bad here.
Well, okay. Yeah. Keep safe. We had a bit of a windstorm.
Hey, just asking for a friend. Good to see you.
Almost lost a trampoline to a windstorm a couple of days ago. So I can sympathize. Yeah. But back to the nomad type community. It is possible to live that way for a period of time. And I think it depends on the environment that you're in. So if you find yourself in an environment where you can't really stay in one area because the local resources are finite, so finite to the point where, after a period of time, there's just no water, for example, and you have to move with the rainstorms, or you have to move with the livestock or stuff. That's a completely legitimate way of living.
Yeah.
But like you say, Gil, most human beings don't live this way. They find a place, they set up community in that place, and they don't move. They settle it. We're settlers. Human beings are settlers, generally.
Tagging on to what you're saying there, here in the United States, at the beginning, as we moved westward, we came across all these nomad American Indian tribes, and they would follow the buffalo around, or they would they would go from one area to another area. They would move south in the wintertime, move back north in the summertime as the the grass and then the way the game and everything move. In other parts of the country here, like in the east, you had the Mohawks and some of the others that were agricultural tribes, where they set up in one spot and they very seldom moved around. But so you had interaction between the two different groups, and that's one of the things that you're, like you said, your area, your environment is going to dictate how long you can stay in a spot.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in places like sub-Saharan Africa, where the seasonal differences in the rains dictate where you're likely to be. So in the rainy season, where everything's green and lush and there's lots of wildlife, you can have communities of people living off that land sustainably for a period of time. But then in the dry season, when that starts to become parched and the riverbeds dry up, etc., the animals and the people migrate. And they migrate, whether it be south or north or whatever it is, based on the change in landscapes. And then they may come back, and they might do this seasonally over and over again. If you actually look at the progression of human beings out of Africa, thousands of years ago, and you follow the path that they took, a lot of them followed the coastline because that was the easiest place to survive. But another group of people, the people who conquered or sort of made their way into the northern parts of Eurasia, Russia, eventually the Americas, they were following caribou. They were following herds of animals. They were following reindeer. They were following migratory animals that they were hunting and living off, and they were able to clothe themselves with the skins of those animals, which allowed them to venture further north into the cold landscapes. Because back in those days, it was an ice age, of course. And I mean, we're effectively tropical apes. So why are human beings, crossing frozen landscapes in North America? They were doing it because they were following animals. That's why they were doing it.
Yeah.
And they learned that they could use the hides of the animals to provide cover for themselves. And that's the story of human society right there. And, so basically I'm just saying that there's a deep history of this, and that's in our head. That's part of the evolution of human beings. So that's in there, and it can't be entirely written off. But like both of you guys have said, for the most part, most people instinctively don't want to do this. They want to settle in one place.
If someone asks, how many times have you moved? Let's see. For my life, I'm almost 70 now. My parents moved when I was 3 years old from Southern California, Northern California. We stayed there for 6 years, moved back down to Southern California, moved twice down in Southern California, moved to the north rim of the Grand Canyon for my junior and senior year in high school. Then we moved back to the house we had in Northern California, and I stayed there until I bought my own place 3 blocks away. And when I bought that place 3 blocks away, that was in '87. And my wife is still there. I'm up here getting this place ready for the final move up here. This is our final retirement place up here in Idaho. And so, yeah, I mean, so we've had that house in California since 1987. Yeah, we haven't moved much since then, since we put down roots there. But we also realized that California is not advantageous for us to return.
It's an interesting question, actually, because it does dig into a little bit about what we're talking about the human psyche. Pre-industrial civilizations, for the most part, most people, pre-industrial civilizations, didn't move more than 10 or 20 miles from the place of their birth to the point where they died. So a person would die roughly 10, 20 miles from the place he was born, pre-industrial sort of civilization.
Yeah.
After the sort of, in the 19th century, early 20th century, that I believe that went up to sort of 50 to 100 miles. Modern developed countries nowadays, you could be talking, a couple hundred miles. But for the most part, most people, I mean, if you take a look at your school friends, for example, people who you went to school with in your class in high school, and you checked out their Facebook and you took a look at where they live now, they probably don't live that far away from the town that you all grew up in and you all went to school in. Most people actually don't move that far. And that's been the case for most of human history. It's a very slow progression of people. Even me personally, I mean, I moved to my current home just now a few years ago, but the town that I was born in, grew up in, and spent most of my life in is less than 10 miles away.
Yeah.
Shall we go to the next one? Tribe.
I've heard tribe mentioned several times in the chat.
Yeah, tribes are larger than teams, less rigid in their daily rules. Their ideology may become ritualistic. Four, there may be set joining requirements. Five, may or may not own land. Six, usually set leadership.
I want to just address number 6 first. The set leadership may be rules of, all right, this is how you become a leader, and there are ways for leadership to change. It's usually set in a procedure. So they could have elections, they could have different things to change leadership, but it's usually set the format for changing leadership. And they usually don't change leaders that often because generally everybody in the tribe is of like-mindedness.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a tribe, human beings are tribal. That's certainly true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not true of everybody, but I would say it's certainly true of most people. Before globalization, before people could easily move around the world, most human beings are certainly tribal. I mean, just going personally from my part of the world right now, I'm in Scotland just now. We have clans, or we did have clans. Clans are basically just tribes.
Yeah.
A clan is really just a kinship of group. It's a group of people who claim descendants from a common ancestor. That's what it is. It's effectively like a big family. No, they all come from the same country, but to their mind, it might be 200 or 300 people in that clan, and they have a particular boundary or an area of land that they claim to be part of their tribal or clan territory. And you can marry into the clan, or you can join the clan. You don't have to be related, because that's a different kind of thing. I mean, in fact, you can't. Eventually, you're going to have outside people in order to keep it, from inbreeding, if you like.
Yeah.
So you have to marry into the tribe. But the thing about tribes is, like earlier we were talking about groups. A group can be a completely diverse bunch of people. Really, it could be 12 random people who they've decided, like, oh shit, we're in a situation like prison, let's group together and look after each other, right? But a tribe is something that generally has a mindset that's entirely similar. They have a common goal, they have a common ideology, whether that be a religion or a mythology or a kinship or a family lineage or something. They're a lot more. They're more like a family than a group of friends.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Is a tribe will have multiple families that have intermarried. The Joneses and the Smiths and the Thomases, and so there are a bunch of family groups within it, but others will join into it as well, because they know they'd have to have a diverse gene pool. And as they bring more people in, the tribe can grow and stuff, but you'll still have family hierarchies in there and around. A good example of the Native American tribes, they had a chief, but then they had the war council, which were the sub chiefs. And then you had the shaman or medicine man or medicine woman off on the side who had certain amount of power for certain things. So you had a structure there of leadership, but it wasn't all in one person. It was diversified because they realized it needed to be diversified to keep the peace.
Yeah.
I mean, having a chief, having a leader is a defining characteristic of a tribe or a clan. To my mind, I don't really like the word tribe because I'm not used to it, but to me it's a clan. But a tribe and a clan,
clans work perfect too.
I mean, and the thing about a clan is there's more of a social and legalistic unit to that than there is to, say, just a random group of people. They would have a common. They would have a very defined. This is the person who's the leader. He's the chief. He's the clan chief, and below him, the next person in charge it might be a son, or it might be an heir to that chiefhood or whatever, or it could even be a democracy. Some clan structures have democracy where they would vote in clan chiefs. It wasn't done by entirely through family, sort of like a monarchy. It was done separately from that. But I recognize legal authority and a structured system as something that really defines, to me anyway, the idea of a tribe based on just a random group of people. Oh, I mean, sometimes they'll have cultural markers. It could be something symbolic. It could be like, in the case I'm talking about, it could be different styles of tartan. It could be something like oral histories. It could be traditional sort of identities. The Native Americans, there was lots of different kinds of Native Americans, and when you took a look at their individual tribes, if you call them that, they all had something that was easily identifiable about them. It might only be identifiable, a difference to them, but it could be like, the different kind of feathers they wear or something, or the different kind of war paint they wear. Like, something visibly says, oh yeah, he's Comanche or whatever. Or
he's Crow, he's Blackfoot, he's Apache, he's Navajo.
There was something different about them that they stood out. And even if you take a look at sort of biker gangs, they're almost like a tribe in a way, because they have patches that absolutely make a point of saying we're different from this other group. We might do the exact same thing and look exactly the same way and have the same sort of way of thinking, but we're completely different, and our loyalties are to this, and this is how we identify ourselves.
Yeah. To me, when you're getting to joining a tribe, in some of my mindset on these tribes is the next evolution to a more stable. It's coming up next, but to the next level up of larger, more stable group.
Yeah.
I eat for 12, but I cook for 50.
Oh, but I think we pretty much covered what this is doing. If someone wants, number 4 is joining a tribe. There may be certain a group that's calling themselves a tribe type thing, or not even calling themselves a tribe, but they fall in the tribe category. There may be certain things. All right, you want to join, you got to bring in so many sheep, or you got to do this, or do you want to join us? You have to marry one of our daughters or one of our sons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a dowry. A
dowry, but it's also you're making a blood bond there, marrying into it.
Well, that's where marriage effectively came from. A marriage was really just a case of effectively legally saying you are now part of this community, this part of this tribe, by your law. Because marriage predates Christianity, and it does that because it was based on tribal sort of union. That's where that came from.
Yeah, the Native Americans, they married into other tribes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They sent their daughters to another tribe, and they did the same thing.
Just like in Europe, between the fiefdoms to maintain the peace. Here, my daughters come, and you take my daughter. We'll take one of your daughters, and we'll have peace between us.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about it logically, that's the way it has to be, because that's the way of keeping the bloodline sort of diverse enough that you don't get inbreeding and you don't have problems that way. But it's also a good way of bonding and families together. Everybody knows about the concept of once two people get married, both those families then kind of join together as a single family unit. Whether you get along with them or not, it's a completely different thing altogether. Yeah. But there's definitely more of a bond there than there otherwise would be if it was completely separate.
Yep. All right.
Shall we jump to the next one?
Sure.
Village. Villages are larger than tribes. 2, more open in their specific rules and ideology. 3, leaders are elected. 4, there may be set joining requirements. 5, may or may not own land. 6, plan on establishing a community with businesses.
Now, with village, there's the before and the after village. Beforehand, people joining together, and they know what, all right, if something's happened, we're going to come together. We're a little larger group. this is probably the first real basis of a good prepper community, because they're together, they train each other. Whoever's in charge is elected, not a I'm in charge, you will praise me and salute me all the time. So but the village will be more quick to adapt to after SHTF Twaki situation than some of it, and be able to keep growing and be sustainable.
Yeah.
It's, I've had several groups where I've helped them set up their groups and stuff to lay things out. Villages are more open in their rules and ideology. They're more open to change. They're more open to input of information. They're not so closed-minded. They're like, no, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. It's, oh, that's a good idea. Hey, everybody, should we adapt this? And that's where I think villages are the stepping stone up from tribes.
Yeah. And a village contains a lot of houses. It can be 6, 7, or to 10 houses, or even more. It depends on the size of the village
and where they're at.
The best thing is they all know each other and they help each other out.
Yeah. And here's the key thing on villages, and for the groups that I've worked with and stuff, for what they wanted to do, their end game is number 6. They plan on setting up a permanent community with businesses and expanding civilization.
Yeah. I mean, when I think of a village, to me, a village is it's basically like a small human settlement. It's a place where humans have settled in a particular area, and there's no plan on moving. The village itself becomes the place of community. I mean, it's larger than like a hamlet. It's bigger than a small cohort of people, but it's smaller than a town.
Yes.
And the strange thing is, a lot of people think cities are like these gigantic things, but really a city usually is just a place of lots of little small villages, all bunched together in one place. They're all unique, and eventually they make up a larger source, a larger urban area that we would call a city. But I mean, usually, to my mind, when I think of a UK village, when I know I'm in a village, I know I'm in a village because it's a place that has a few thousand people in it. It's a small community, a few hundred, a few thousand at the most. It's not a big town. It's only a few hundred people. And they usually have a much more community-based feel about them. They usually have like a more close-knit, a community center, a building where the whole community can congregate and have meetings, and they usually have a single leadership and a parish board or whatever of people who decide on what the best thing is to do for that village, etc. There's usually just 1 or 2 schools, 1 or 2 shops, a single place of worship, a church or something like that.
Yeah.
Agriculturally, they tend to be relatively self-sufficient, and they're not particularly large. There's no industrialization, as it were. I almost kind of like, I mean, I'm a big fan of Lord of the Rings. To me, a village is kind of, the Hobbit.
Shire.
Yeah, it's the Shire. It's the Shire.
Yeah.
It's not so small that it's just a small group of people, but it's not so big that it's a huge town. It's not like it's not
a larger village, basically.
The elves are in a town, and the Shire is a village.
Rivendell is a town, a small city. The Shire is a bunch of little villages in the area there.
Yeah.
One of the things interesting that you brought that up is most people don't look at Tolkien's maps of the Shire and Brandy Brook and all the other things of hobbits and stuff. Some villages or some parts of the groups had mills, others had blacksmiths, and so as a village from pre SHTF event to afterwards when they're starting to recover and build, one of the first things they're going to be building is probably going to be some sort of granary, whether it's has a mule going around grinding the corn or whatever else they bring in, or whether it's a water powered mill where they can grind flour and grains and stuff like that. That will be probably one of the first community built businesses, if you will. In it will be something like that they're going to build. They will, a village will come together in the remnants, could come together in the remnants of a neighborhood or whatever, depending what has survived and stuff, and they'll start building their thing and start increasing as they grow in population. But they're like they're saying, they're trying to bring back civilization as far as, okay, we have a tanner, we have a miller, we have a blacksmith, we have a doctor, but it would be more like an herbalist or whatever else. They'll start having professions, and they'll interact, and they will come. They're probably, for the most part, they'll still be doing barter and stuff for several years until they establish some sort of basis for trade amongst themselves. It'll be barter as who needs what. But village is a good starting point for recovery in my mind.
It's often the case that villages often appear in a certain location for a very specific reason. It's usually a particular resource of some description. You're talking about things like flour wheels and things like that, or it could be a particular point in a river. I mean, just staying on the sort of Lord of the Rings theme for anybody who follows the lure of that, the concept of the reason why the Shire was settled by the hobbits is because of a bridge. It was called the Brandon Wine Bridge, or
Brandy Brook.
Yeah, the bridge is basically the foundation of why that village, that settlement, appeared in the first place. It was a very strategic place where a crossing happened over a certain part of the river, and the hobbits were employed to basically protect this bridge and maintain this bridge, and they built their settlement around it. And in exchange for doing this, they would be protected by, a larger kingdom on their periphery that they, over a period of time, actually just didn't become aware of. They didn't even know they existed. They didn't even know they were being protected by an outside body based on the fact that they were just in this one area for such a long time. But it was effectively
the Rangers of the North.
Yeah. I mean, I am a fan of Lord of the Rings, but I'm not 100% on the lore. But I know it was basically, that was the general concept. That was the general idea if you look into the backstory of it. And that's the same in real life. If you take a look at all the little villages around the UK has a splendid amount of little villages in the countryside still, and they go back centuries. And when you look at why they existed in the first place, it's usually because there's a very particular thing in that place. And it could be something like flint mining. So there was a particular amount of chalk or flint or some other resource that round it became a community of people who lived and worked there, and they became a village, and then they build a religious settlement and a school and a shop, and they're a self-sustained little community.
Yeah, that's in the early 1700s here in the United States, before we were the United States. That's how a lot of the communities were built.
Gold mine towns and stuff.
We discovered coal here. We have all these little rivers coming together. We got a big population of beaver, and so things would develop along that line of what was there. There was the coal mines. There was the iron mines. There were the different things that people did around, and then of course there were the fields for good agricultural use. So they'd have all these farms start showing up and everything else, and then they would have to have a center point for all these farms to deal with as well. And they probably put that around a stream or something as well.
Yeah, you see it with the gold, the gold towns and stuff, where they discover gold in a particular area and they build a community just around that one aspect. And that's why you end up with ghost towns as well, or ghost villages, if you like, because, when that one resource disappears, suddenly it has no way of maintaining itself or its own existence. And that certainly happens even in places like the UK as well. Communities have been in one place for a certain period of time, and then for whatever reason, it disperses and becomes something of a ghost village, if you like, and then, moves on to something else.
Yeah, and simply just Krista has a point here. Sanitation is always near water. You have to drink, wash clothes, and bathe. Yeah.
And that what the thing is on water, it may not necessarily be a river. You look at in certain areas, especially around from Spain and Italy down into North Africa and the Middle East, wells where they're able to put in a well and have water became a very central point of the villages and towns and cities there.
Yeah, well, most cities, not all cities, but most cities started off as a village, and then it became a town, and then it became a village, a city rather. And if you take a look on a map at where the big cities in the world are, you tend to notice that they're on major waterways. So London, for example, is right on the Thames, and then you'll take a look at New York on the Hudson, and you'll see this repeated throughout the world. That for the large part, cities are usually got large waterways. Not always the case. There's lots of inland cities, of course, but even they have, there's a reason for them being there, and it could be something like it's a particularly, climatically sound place close to mountains or near a pass that became a village, then a town, then a city as it grew over time.
And that wind's blowing out here. Oh,
yeah. Shall we jump to the next one?
Sure. All right, now we're getting to the modern prepper thing and terminologies, and so everyone knows. Oh, a mag! I know what a mag is, and a mag is not necessarily all what you think it is, because once you start getting into the next three that we have to cover here, they change. And I've working with several groups, it's really hard to define these down as far as what keeps one into one group as a for or another. So the next three are, we got mag, and then coming up off that is a MAC or a CAG, and then there's the LLC. But for a MAG, it's mutual assistance group, and that's what everybody lately has been. Boom. We're going to have a MAG, a mutual assistance group. So this one gets to where it starts to get a little confusing. An established MAG or mutual assistance groups are, in perspective of everything else, are large, but not as large as a MAC or a CAG. They are more formally structured than MACs with written rules. Most are set up as a legal entity. A lot of them are set up as a legal entity nowadays to protect themselves.
Yeah.
MAG members are more spread out than those of a MAC, because a MAG is a mutual assistance group, whereas a MAC is a mutual assistance community, which means they're more in a small geographical area. A MAG will often own land with buildings on it, because hey, they collect membership dues from their members. So they'll often own land with buildings on it. Upper management are usually permanently in place, although some do have voting, whether they vote them in and out. They may have levels of membership with different buy-in costs for what level of membership you want to do. And MAGs often do background checks.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the MAG is the only thing personally I've ever heard of, and because I'm kind of an outsider to the prepping community, even that's something I had to Google last year to see exactly what the terminology of that meant. The concept of it, though, is of course entirely sound. I get it.
Yeah.
It does bring up sort of interesting questions. If you are looking to build a MAG, if you like, from scratch, you're going to have to be very wary of the kind of people that you introduce to this MAG. Who are the red flags? Who are you building into this group? And you're going to have to pay particular attention to certain people. For me, people who are obsessed by gear but have no skills, for example. To me, that's a red flag. To me, that's a, you know, what does this person bring to the table? Because gear isn't skills, and gear is only useful for the period of time that you need the gear. So, you know, anybody can have gear. So your stuff like that, and there's a lot more as well, especially when it comes to people who continuously talk about certain things like weaponry or violence or conflict or something like this. People with extreme ego, people who have watched too many movies and they want to fit a particular character or role that they fantasize of being. Those are all red flags, and you have to be careful of those kind of people when you're building a group from scratch, I find. Or I would imagine, at least.
The best thing is, where if you want to create a mag, is you pick people you know well.
Yeah.
You know what the mindset is. If they are on the same level as you, no problem. Begin with that. And if you want to expand, you need to interview those new ones to make sure that you...
Yeah. And that's why we usually with mags and LLCs, they do background checks on new members. They literally have companies that do background checks for businesses. Those same companies will do the background checks for these groups. They want to know about people, whether or not to let them in or not. Do they have a criminal record? Do they have, you know, different things? What's their credit scores? And some of these, the mags and LLCs will run these on people to protect the group. Now they set up as a lot of them will set up as a corporate entity, not necessarily an LLC. They could set up as a land trust. They can set up as a S corp, but they'll set it up so that when the group buys some land, the group owns it, not any one individual in the group.
Yeah, I mean, a group would have to have healthy sort of shared responsibilities. You know, as opposed to just somebody who's there purely for some sort of egotistic role.
This is set up before crap hits the fan. The mags and stuff are usually have several hundred members before SHTS happen. This is not afterwards. This is before. These are all before it goes.
Yeah, and it's a tricky thing because, I mean, we're probably going to get into the sort of OPSEC side of it as well. This, you know, if you're recruiting for a mag, you really don't want to be spreading your net so far and wide that you end up with people who can't keep their mouth shut about exactly what it is you're doing or what's going on. Plus, you're going to have, if you're talking about excluding certain people, you're going to have a whole group of people there, if they want to be part of it, who are excluded, who are now particularly annoyed at the fact that they've been excluded for whatever reason, you know. So that and who's making that decision?
And the thing is, so most mags and LLCs and stuff, when people are through whatever means they have of people becoming interested in them, don't know where they're setting up. They don't know where the property's at when they're doing the background checks on them and saying, nope, sorry, you don't meet our requirements, and they don't know where these people are set up at. So they are cut off, not knowing, oh, I'm mad at these guys, I'm going to go to their location. Well, they don't know where the location is.
Vanessa Kitty has a question. So if you know I already have clearances with our federal government, are you still going to try to repeat?
What they will do is they'll do a simple background check and find out, oh, this person has clearances, had this clearance, that clearance, this clearance. Then they're just going to find out what your hobbies are. Of course, that could be a simple thing, checking out your Facebook or your Instagram or whatever else like that. Some of the background checks are just to find out. They just want to know. They're looking for the red flags.
There is a danger with
yeah.
I mean, there is a danger there, especially when you take a look at sort of political stuff and things. I mean, how far? I mean, it's okay saying we'll do a background check to make sure that you kind of are on the same level as the rest of us. But what happens if you say, oh, I'm going to do a social media check, and if you're a Democrat, you're not invited? or Republican or Labour or Conservative or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, and you start going down a narrow band of excluding people based on some other sort of prejudice that you particularly have. I mean,
Yeah,
to my mind, you would try. I'm not a complete sort of invite everybody's one, all that kind of nonsense. You know, you do have to have sort of like-minded people in a group in order to have the best functioning group. But you do also have to have a bit of leeway when it comes to, okay, this guy doesn't have my absolute, you know, opinions. He might have a different religion from me. He might have a different political opinion from me. He might have a different idea of what the best thing to do in an emergency situation is. But he has enough of the other good qualities that he should be invited into the group anyway. You know,
you have to balance it out. But you also, like you said, there are some people that have, you know, someone comes up there and their social media, they're espousing stuff. Everyone in your group totally is like, no, we don't believe that at all. We don't want that person near us. So yeah, there'll be some that are because of their outspokenness on certain topics are going to be, oh hell no, we don't want them part of us. We know that's going to cause so much problem afterwards. We don't even want them to come close to us. And generally, anyways, those type of people aren't going to be too much looking for joining a group like this anyways. But there are still going to be some that are just, you know, that when they come in and they do a simple background check, it's going to go, whoa, red flags. What systems? All right, my nephew runs a company where they do background checks on it, and depending what the company that's contracting with them wants them to look into, they
has the wind got him?
Yeah, probably. The problem here to do background checks here in Sweden, as a regular person, that is really difficult to do. You can't just walk to the police station and say, hey, I want to do a background check on this guy. And they would ask me, for what reason? Oh, I'm creating a mag group. That would be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same in the UK. I mean, there are certain checks you can do. Like, I can't remember the name of them, for example, but I know when my young son, for example, was going on a scout trip, and they asked for parents to come as volunteers because you were around children. You have to fill in this form where they send it to, you know, some sort of authority, and they do a background check on you to make sure that you're safe to be around kids and you're safe to be around, you know, other adults and things like that.
Yeah.
And that's a very basic background check. So, I mean, that's available in peacetime for civilian organizations, you know, that can do that kind of thing. So, I mean, you could do it to that extent. Somebody mentioned in the comments that they would do things like drug tests. Now, you could buy drug testing kits and test people, you know, if you felt the need to do that. But to be honest, I would question whether that was entirely necessary. I mean, it's one thing to have, say you've got some sort of drug testing kit and you're like, okay, you can't be part of our group if you're a drug addict, for example. Okay, like a heroin addict. Okay, because that could be a liability. But are you really going to exclude the fantastic civil engineer who's fit and ready and intelligent because he smokes weed at the weekends or something, you know? So there does have to be a little bit of common sense, I think, around, I might not agree with it, but does that really matter when it comes to the thing that we're trying to build? Because after all, you're putting a mag together because you're wanting to have a group of people together that will best help and aid each other in the most dire circumstances that you can possibly imagine. So, you know, the world's ending around about you. Do you really give a crap if somebody smokes weed in their spare time? I wouldn't, you know. I don't particularly agree with it. I don't really care, but I wouldn't exclude somebody if they did. You know, that's my point.
Yeah.
You know, if you were a full-on sort of crackhead, you know, and you couldn't get through the day without your hit, then yes, of course. But that would become apparent very quickly, and you wouldn't need a drug test for that. or a raging alcoholic. I mean, that's another thing.
Yeah.
Somebody who's unbelievably dependent on alcohol is a liability, because that becomes their number one. That's the only thing they're interested in.
Yeah,
And
that's
everything
their
else is
number one
secondary.
priority
number
to
one thing.
drink. So
Yeah. So I mean, I can see some reason to it. The problem is when you start vetting people, it gets very strict. You fall down a bit of a rabbit hole of what are you vetting for and who's getting to decide this. And I would be very wary of one or two people making the decisions. I would want it to be more of a group decision, like a council of people. So you would have maybe 10 people making the decision and they would vote on it, for example. It would be very democratically done. I think that's the best way of doing it, as opposed to having one person making the decisions.
I'm a placeholder for Dill.
Yeah. Gil will be back in around a couple of minutes.
Disclosure Scotland, that's somebody's put in my comments there what it's called. Yeah, that's what it's called. It's like a civilian thing that you can do. You can voluntarily do to do background checks on a person to make sure that they can work around vulnerable people like elderly or children and stuff like that. You could do that. That would be a sensible thing to do, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Gil will sort of jump back in once he sorts out he's win the problem.
Yeah.
Once the wind blows
when his
over.
router is, well, there he is.
I'm back. It finally came. Yeah, internet went totally down. Yeah, some things are still down in the house, but this came back up. So
we knew you'd come back once you sorted out the storm that's raging outdoors right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to quickly. I'll be back shortly. I'm just going to nip away to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, let's see what's going on over here.
Yeah, and we have Mike.
Yeah, half my stuff here is not functioning, but at least this part here is functioning here. Okay, I do see it over here on this screen. Things are starting to come back up here, and the wind's blowing hard again.
Hey, Mike.
Hi, you're right.
Yeah, it's good to see you again, Mike.
Okay,
sorry, 1 second.
Here, yeah. Yeah, so with a mag, which seems to be the most common thing out here in the United States as far as a group goes, the most popular, I should say. It varies. People call themselves a mag, but it covers a spectrum of different, different types and of mindsets and their outlooks, and so and their different end games. So yeah it's
Hey, Tech Barry. Good to see you.
What up, Tuck?
And Bob is at the coffee shop as usual.
Did we just lose Gil again? Yeah.
Shall we go to the next one?
Yes. Gil will just have to catch up to us.
Yeah, he froze. MAC or CAG, number 1, Mutual Assistance Community, Community Assistance Group. 2, sizes vary from small to very large. 3, locally based for most members. 4, does not own specific land for member use. 5, generally not found in or near downtown cities. 6, generally no dues or buy-ins are required. 7, easier to join than more formal groups. 8, skill cross-training is often encouraged.
Yeah. Reading the descriptions there of what these terminologies are, that to me would be the easier group to form.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean that's you could form that group of just about anybody really, based on just a kind of first impression. You wouldn't have to vet them too much in order to get the general idea of the kind of people that you want within that community, that group anyway, before you start going down the far more formal side of it. Hey Mike.
Welcome back.
Hi, sorry. Just last
No
minute. I
problem.
saw something. There we go.
You know, just to add, I think the more important thing to remember is that number 8, right? That's that cross training part of it. I think that's important. Well, like you guys said, right? We don't know everything. Not everyone knows everything, right? So the more people that know a lot of different things, eventually
That's wrong. That's wrong. Every woman I've ever dated knows everything, apparently.
Okay.
What happened to Gil when I was at the bathroom? Did it get blown away again?
Well, he's waiting for it to blow over.
Right, where are we up to? Mac or CAG? Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah. I never heard of Mac or CAG before.
Mac's my initials. There you go.
Yeah.
Community assistance group. I assume they're similar to MAGs, right? That's what we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Size very small, large, local based for most members. See, locally based. This is the thing what most people struggle with, because prepping and survival is such a niche that for me to find 3 preppers on my street would be a miracle. Yeah. I went camping with Alan, who's like the other side of the country, and do stuff like that. And then we've got our community online. So this is what I was saying before. You can plan as much as you want, but if it all hits the fan tomorrow, the chances of me and Alan working together are slim to nil because we're so far apart. So whether you like it or not, your mag, your group, your community is right there around you. You've got to make do with what you've got.
I mean, really, if you're widely dispersed, kind of the way we are, it's really just a case of we're using each other for information for a particular area. For example, if something was going down in Sweden, for example, that I wanted to get the inside scoop on, Shadow's the man I would ask before just paying attention to the mainstream media. Likewise, if there was something going on in Mike's part of the world, it's good to sort of hear firsthand from somebody who's like-minded what's going on there. But it would have to definitely be community-based, because if everything went down tomorrow and we were all sort of spread to the wind, I mean, what's the chances of me meeting up with you, Mike, anytime soon? That would take a long time, even if we were networked to the point where we had agreed, okay, we're going to make our way to this point. It's going to take a bit of time to get there, and you're going to need assistance. You're going to need assistance to get to that point. And when it comes to places, we've got a Swede, a Scot, an Englishman, and a Canadian in this group, and an American who's blown away at the moment. But if World War III happened tomorrow, none of us are likely to actually physically meet each other.
Well, yeah, we're like, see, who said earlier about we're like a village? We're like a virtual village.
Yeah.
The benefit of having that widespread network, though, it has its benefits as well, Alan, because if I was working in Glasgow, for example, and an EMP hit or a CME hit, I know people that I can reach. You know what I mean? Absolutely. So there's benefits. It swings and roundabouts. You're not all on my doorstep, but I travel the country a lot.
It's kind of
we all know it's not going to hit the fan on a Sunday afternoon when we're all prepped up, ready. The car's full. We're sat there, feet up on the couch. That's not when it's going to hit. It's going to be when you're in the middle of doing something, halfway on holiday or something.
On a Tuesday.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like having a little cell, a little point of reference of if you happen to be in that particular area, that's a resource. Or somebody that you could potentially sort of make contact with. I mean, I can almost imagine in a sort of mad sort of world of SHTF where I'm on holiday in Sweden or something like that, and I find myself, you know, the world goes to hell. I'm like, well, I do know at least one guy in Sweden. Maybe I can figure out where he is, you know, and I can meet up with him. And if I was to meet up with Shadow, for example, we'll already, even though we've never met, we have a history and we know we're like-minded and we can help each other. So I mean, to that point,
either that or you'll walk away from his door with a spear sticking out your leg.
Yeah, it depends how bad things have got.
That's it.
Or who's caused the emergency in the first place. You know, it's
true.
The other thing.
True.
Actually, Alan, if that would happen, if you're visiting Sweden for a holiday, and things like that happen, just come to me and stay with us.
Yeah, hey, absolutely. If you find yourself in Scotland and it goes to hell, you can sleep in my bathroom, no problem.
And we joke and we say stuff like that, but remember when we were having them really bad CMEs and stuff like that? I was about to go up to visit her family in Scotland, and I genuinely sent a message to Brian in his inbox to say, if this all hits the fan once I'm up there, I'm going to have to come and tap you up for a few things because they're not prepped up there. You know, I'm not really saying I'm going to steal your stuff, but I'm going to be there. We're going to have to work together because I'm going to be in that area, not with all my stuff.
Do you know, that's a real life thing, though, when it comes to the sort of mag community. Like I was saying earlier on before you came on, that because I'm kind of a bit of an outsider to the prepping community, and it's only been in the past year I've got involved with it. To me, getting involved in a mag, I'm not going to create one. I joined one. I joined yours. I joined yours through the Discord. I joined it through the community online, etc. And I'm fully aware of the fact that you have to sort of bring something to the table. And I've got more survival equipment than I would ever need, you know, even from a family point of view. If SHTF genuinely happened and you happen to be in Stirling and you needed stuff, you have a resource now. You know where I live, and it would be a case of, I've got all this stuff, and I would be readily available to give it to you as opposed to just a random stranger, because we already have that connection. To me, we're already part of the group. We're already part of the...
And that plays out even without SHTF. Like if one of... I was in... When we came back from the last Prepper meet, people know that my missus has a really bad skin condition, and the only thing that helped her was... what's it called? A triple antibiotic cream that you can get. Neosporin. That's it. And she was in a really bad way when we got back, and I ordered some, but it wasn't coming for 3 or 4 days. And then somebody on the group, on the Discord, said, I've got some. I'm this far away from you. I'll be there. And he drove down, dropped it off, and, you know, helping each other out even in peace times.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's mentioning something on some of the chat there about certain types of groups, gardening groups and things like that. Here's the other thing. You can create a mag or one of these other sort of, you know, handles that you call it here, you know, max or cags or whatever. You can do it kind of by stealth. You can do it by... If I just went to a random group of gardeners who did allotments, for example, and says, look, I'm a survivalist. You guys are allotment people. I want your knowledge, and I'll give you some of my knowledge. Let's create a mag together. They probably think I'm out of my mind, and they want nothing to do with me.
Maybe that's not the way to go.
That's not the way to go. But the way to do it would be to become more involved with what it is they're doing, to become interested in the allotment side of it, and you know, become part of that group, and then introduce to them the kind of hobbies and interests that you have and the skills that you have, which is separate from that. And then over a period of natural conversation and natural integration, you're already forming a mag. You're forming it by default.
I went to the place that we met up with my zone guys had a meet a couple of weeks ago. We went to the same place with the family the other day, and there was a big canopy set up, and it was Manchester Orienteering Club. And they were going there, they were getting maps, and they were finding themselves around and stuff like that. And I thought, that's really cool, because that's learning map reading. It's a key skill. But you don't even think... I've never heard of an orienteering club. I never even thought it was a thing until I saw it.
Yeah. I mean, orienteering clubs, hiking clubs, walking groups, running groups. You've got gardening allotments. I mean, there are lots of groups of people. This is the one thing that Facebook still has a value for, in my opinion. It still has group as well. It still has group pages, martial arts. Those kind of groups as well. and you can pick out 5 or 6 very particular skilled groups that you think, okay, that's a skill that's worth having and it's close to my local area. I'm going to become involved in it. And then you're already networking yourself. It could be the case that you as an individual, okay, you go on a hiking group once a month. You meet up with your martial arts group once a week because you're interested in that. You do a gardening group once a month. You're involved in 3 or 4 different groups. And the only thing that's separate from you as opposed to all these people is you're the single person. You're the person that's networking them all together. All these people aren't aware of each other. But then when SHTF happens, you're the point of contact for all these groups, and you're the one that can easily network them all together. You know, so you're the person who's weaving it together. I mean, that it doesn't mean you're de facto the leader. It simply just means that you have identified useful groups in your area, and you can sort of bring it together.
Okay. Mike wants to be the boss. Okay, everyone. Mike wants to be boss. That's what he said earlier. Yeah. Can I add in something, because I think what Alan is saying is, if you think about it, right, that's the way I would. Well, I am doing it like that, right? I'm connecting with people that have similar interests, let's just say, like gardening, for example, right? So I'm meeting these different gardeners around, right? Just to get my foot in the door a little, right? Not necessarily, oh, hey, we're eating dinner next week. It's not quite like that, or but just talking about it and just opening up to it, right? And just starting the lines of communication, right? You got to start somewhere, right? It's not like I'm just gonna go out and be like, hey, I'm prepping for this. Do you want to join me? That might not fly so well initially, right? Because, you don't want to scare people off, right? You don't want to, and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know, right? So, like, something common ground, I guess, right? Where they can relate to it and stuff like that. It can be, you could be starting a seed exchange, for example, right? I guess that is a popular thing too, right? Seed exchange, right? So you're already exchanging like resources, knowledge, even before anything happens, right? Before any SHTF or emergency, or hey, there's something happening in the neighborhood or whatever happens, right? And because you've already come together or met each other beforehand, it's not like, who's this, right? Because if you think about when you see someone you don't know, it's like some people can be hesitant. And it's like, are they an introvert? Are they don't like me? You don't know that, right? But if you've already talked to people, you've already passed by that initial part of it.
I think you'll find a lot when it comes to survival. Look, I feel like I'm peeking over the top of this name here. Hello. When it comes to survival, I think a lot of them social barriers will disappear very quickly. It's like, shy people will have died in the first week. That's what I would say. And if you've got social anxiety and that's going to stop you joining a group and surviving, that's all well and good right now in peace times, but in SHTF, that's your death sentence. I think a lot of these social, I don't want to really belittle anyone who's got them, because I know people who have them, but they're social like crutches that people use, like, oh, I can't go and do that because I've got anxiety. I can't do this because I've got anxiety. I can't do this because I've got anxiety. They're not going to last 2 minutes in SHTF.
Or they're going to have to get over them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we had to do. Like, that's what my generation had to do as kids. I can't go to school. I'm anxious. You go to school, you get a kick up the fucking ass. That's what you get.
I mean, I think what we're talking about is the social construction of a lot of people. A lot of people think they have these various issues and stuff like that. But that's purely because we live in a time of prosperity and easiness, and you need to, if you want to feel a little bit different or get along, you have these very socialist constructed things that would all fall by the wayside in a genuine SHTF type situation. People who genuinely have these problems might find it difficult or hard. For all those people who are just LARPing, who are like, oh yeah, I'm socially anxious and all, I've got whatever condition, you're soon going to get the reality kick up the arse, which will either make you adapt to the situation you're in now or not. And that adjustment will be fast and quick, I think. And that has been the case if you look at present conflicts. If you pay attention to certain communities in the world, I pay a little bit of attention to what's going on in Ukraine, and suddenly, the people in those communities in the eastern side of Ukraine, they don't have these problems. Let's put it that way. Because the hard reality of, okay, you've got some bloody Russians invading you right now, step up to the mark. Suddenly that's got a way of changing the opinions of the social construct for a lot of the problems that our modern society has.
Yeah. I think what CR was when he's talking about guarding and stuff for like a mutual assistance community or community assistance group, a lot of these will form not so much around disasters, but around just helping each other out. Community gardens. There are community things that are run by community organizations, like for gardening classes, art classes, night schools for adults to learn new things.
Mhm.
People that goes to those will start forming their own community assistance group, find those that live in their area, just so they have socialization and so they can learn skills that they don't want to have to go pay for at a school, but they find out, oh, this person knows this. I can learn this from them, and I can teach them that. And this guy over here knows this. I always wanted to learn how to blow glass or do something. And they'll learn things, and they will become not a prepper community, but an aid community or assistance community where they're helping each other learn things. And this, I think, is probably going to be the backbone of a lot of survival right here, is the MAC or the CAG. Because this is they're going to start doing things just for life. Not worrying about disasters. And then when a disaster happens, like flooding or a neighborhood flooding or whatever, hey, who are the first ones out there before the city comes out with it or the fire department? These guys are coming out helping each other. And this, I think, is going to be probably the backbone of a group you want to be part of.
You've got to remember, forming a group is not the difficult thing. Because we live in a society where a lot of people are a bit mindless to these kind of realities. They don't really see what's coming ahead of them.
Right.
They're entirely dependent on the system or somebody coming to their aid. If a natural disaster happened tomorrow, you would find a whole bunch of people wandering around like headless chickens. Eventually, they would form into a little huddle, and they would be a group. And what they're looking for is somebody to sort of stand up and say, okay, this is what we're doing. They actually want somebody to take charge and take control and tell them what to do, because they need that. That's what they're used to having in a modern society. So that's not difficult. What we're talking about here just now is preempting that. We're talking about actually forming a group before the problem happens, which is that's the whole point of survivalism or prepping.
Proactive.
It's be proactively looking far enough ahead to try and put ourselves in the best place possible to form a group that isn't just mindless, headless people who want a leader and to be told what to do. We actually want actively involved people who bring something to the table. That's the tricky thing. Yeah. And like we've already alluded to, if we simply put it, it's okay for us of like-minded people on the internet to say this is what we would do, and as a group we would all sort of huddle together and do this. That's fine, but like Mike said, we're a little bit niche. We're not as common as people as we think we are. Right. we are a little bit spread out in that sense, not just geographically, but I think just generally. And for that reason, I think the best approach is to do something similar to what CR is talking about and what I was talking about earlier, which is integrate with groups that you have identified now to be of particular value or use. And then when the SHTF situation happens, you be the one to be the instigator to say, by the way, we have this skill, but I know of a person or a group who has this skill, and that would be valuable. And if you have 3, 4, 5, 6 of these kind of groups in mind or skills in mind, and they're local to your area, there's your mag. Yep. And you've did it sneakily. All you're doing is introducing people who would otherwise come together anyway, but you've did it in a tactical, thought out, genuine way. You know what I mean? It's not just a random group of headless chickens. You've actually picked the people out prior, and you've nurtured it. You've encouraged it.
I could burn down an igloo. Is that a skill?
Yes.
Mike, Mike,
It's a gift. It's more of a gift than a skill.
You're melting under the pressure here, dude.
Oh,
And one thing you
One
need
of the
to
things
remember
interesting
is
was back in California there in Martinez, they have on Saturdays during the summertime, they have the Peddlers Fair, which is more than just a Peddlers Fair. And on Sundays, they have the Farmers Market. But you'll see people who are skilled in leatherworking or woodworking, have their little booth set it up. And you'll see the ones that have skills and learning skills are connecting at the Peddlers Fair. And whoa, Sunday, who's back there again for the Farmers Market? The same, connecting with different farmers and different things. There was one group, one farmer's booth there that all they did was they had olive orchards and they did olive oils and they had all these different type of olive oils that had stuff added to it already, and seasoned oils and stuff. And it was all cold pressed oil. They were open to what they did, and they actually were having classes offering at a different time to teach people how to do oil, how to do olive oil, how to press it. And then then we had the Vianos vineyards who were teaching people how to raise grapes and stuff in their own yards and stuff, and how to make their own grape juice or wines for their own little cells. Yeah, their business was making wines, but they were teaching other people how to do it small scale just for themselves. And what they do, they developed a following that, the people know how to make the wines now, but Vianos has this better Marlot. I can't do a Marlot, but I'll go buy the Marlot from them and I'll make whatever it is that I can make on my own. And they start connecting, and the community ties together for little skills, like you were saying there, Alan, about connecting different groups together. And all of a sudden you'll find out that some of these groups you're connecting together, people in those groups know each other already. And that'll bring a tighter group together with people sharing skills beforehand.
Yeah. I mean, if you conscientiously network a particular group of people together, and you do it with purpose and you do it with meaning, you're going to get a lot further than just hoping that this naturally comes together. And it's far better to have a group of people based on a connection, a personal connection to begin with. Now, that's, for the most part, that's probably people who you work with. Now, I can look at the people I work with, and I work with a couple of hundred people. I can identify maybe 6, 7, or 8 people in that group who have a particular interest or skill, and I'm relatively friendly with, and I have that personal connection with them. So there's a possibility of including them in my mag should I need one. I've got a couple of neighbors that I occasionally speak to. They've got a particular trade or skill. Okay, I can now introduce myself to them on a more personal level if something happens and say, okay, this is a situation, you have this skill, I know you personally, kind of. And that breaks down that barrier. Earlier on, when we were talking about the lone wolf, the problem with the lone wolf, if he's entirely anonymous, is he's entirely anonymous. And so if that person knows that they're completely outside of that group and they have no connection and no way of getting anything back to you, there's nothing stopping that person taking advantage of a situation. Because they know they can get away with it because they're outside of the the body politic of the larger group.
Mm.
Yeah. And
I think you're quite lucky there. Sorry.
And remember this: if you join a group, remember that you need to do your part for the group. Yeah. If you don't, you're a liability, and you
don't just take. Don't just take. All right.
I think I was looking there. I look around my workplace and I just see lots of walking long pig. I don't see anyone I'd take in a survival group. But don't sit there disheartened if you don't think you have any of these skills. That is not the only way to be involved in a group.
Yeah.
You're not a doctor, you're not got joinery skills, you're not got medical skills, anything like that. You can labor. You can do security. You can do guard duties. You can sit there stowing fishing nets. You can do something, even if you don't know it. There's a lot of skills to be had.
The water around.
The other thing is, if you have a skill and you're part of a group after SHTF, never do it alone. Have somebody shadowing you the whole time. Yeah.
Teach.
So if you've got
Teach.
one doctor in the group, you should have 2 willing people at least shadowing that doctor the whole time, learning what they possibly can. Same with any other skill in there. Like
Yeah,
I know
diversified
I
the
don't
group.
think I'm good enough to do hunting. I've done like little bits like with rabbits and stuff. But if I was with Alan and he was doing some proper hunting, I'd love to go along and I would just observe and learn as much as possible. So it's about spreading them skills as well, not just holding on to it like this is the reason I'm in the group because I have this asset. Everyone needs to learn what they can once they're in there.
I agree, Mike.
Yeah.
Because the more people that have the skill, right, then you have some. Well, if in the bushcrafting community and the survival community, that 2 is 1, 1 is none, right?
Yeah.
You think about it like that, right? If there's only one doctor and he has all the information, no one else knows it.
What happens when he gets sick?
Yeah, or whatever, right? Or he's not there. All right.
And that's the thing. If you're the doctor, you want to train other people because Murphy's Law means you're going to get sick at some point and you're going to need someone trained to take care of you.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, because there are so many things to do. Repairing clothes, putting patches on clothes, while someone's out there doing the heavy work and their clothes are getting worn knees or whatever. Someone that can fix that is a great asset to that person that's doing the heavy lifting.
And and what Goths just had, what you had up on the screen just before, what XOXO Goths put on Shadow, about somebody who's heavily disabled, elderly person can help watching children, telling stories, tending the fire. This is why the reason I started the UK Prepper Network is because I tried to join a couple of others. One was very, have you got this kit? Oh, you bought the wrong bag. Oh, you've bought the wrong kind of knife. And it was very keeping up with the Joneses kind of thing. And then the next one was very military-esque, a bit too military-esque, a bit too people playing Walter Mitty's. So and both of them kind of excluded people, different people, but like, we don't let that type of people in. We don't let that type of people in. Oh, they're not going to be any good in SHTF. Everyone's welcome to the UK Prepper Network because of exactly what Goth said there. Everyone's got some sort of use. Even Brian will use him as a human sandbag. But other than that...
Poor Brian. Poor Brian.
Simply just Krista has a question here. What about the vulnerable in any society? Are you not willing to take care of them since many don't provide these skills you mentioned?
As I say, they can provide some sort of use. Now, it depends how vulnerable they are, right? At the end of the day, if they're heavily reliant on medications and stuff like that, and they're in a care home or something like that, chances are they're not going to make it very far through an SHTF. It's the brutal truth to it. If you're depending on any sort of refrigerated medication, any sort of just-in-time medication, stuff like that, you're going to really struggle. However, like old people, anyone who can't walk far and stuff like that, there's still going to be ways they can help out, and they can. And don't forget, as long as these people are compos mentis, they have, my brother is blind and autistic, needs 24/7 care. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's like the extreme scenario, and that would be down to the individual's family and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't exclude people like that. They wouldn't come alone. Obviously, they'd have family with them, and their family would do their bit.
Yeah,
but it depends. There's always going to be something somebody can do. My brother's very high on the spectrum. Socially, you couldn't put him in any situation, but he would have something to do. If you put him in a room with some pens and making maps or anything like that, he'd just thrive doing that. So I think excluding people is the wrong way about it. Knowledge, even old people who can't walk, can't do anything else, still hold knowledge that we can use.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Mike.
It's like to answer Krista here. My oldest grandson is on the spectrum, and he's considered nonverbal communication, but he's slowly learning to communicate. And what can he do? He can keep an eye out for things.
Mm-hmm.
He can keep it, be looking and saying, and when he sees something wrong, he can say something. Those are things he can be trained to do. It's one of those things that, you find what people can do and put them to use doing that.
Well, she just said there, my brother's really good at doing repetitive tasks and can play the piano. I peel potatoes,
entertainment.
Entertainment.
Yeah,
There's
I
three
agree.
different things there easily. Anything repetitive and stuff like that. Repetitive tasks are the things that other people don't want to do. So perfect. And to the answer to the previous question to that, it's all going to be community based. Alan could start a community and it could be a complete, you have to be an alpha male to join here, or you're going to procreate and that's it, and that's all we're letting in. And I could start a community saying, oh, I'm all welcoming, everyone can come in. That's going to be based place to place.
Yeah.
Whether they welcome
The thing
people
is,
like that in or not.
we're also talking about specific tasks within a larger community as well. Now, a community of people are going to have varying skills and attributes and levels of cohesion or levels of use. If we genuinely, we're not Spartans here. We're not talking about a Sparta community where every single person's a bloody warrior and you have to be of a certain age group and standard in order to be able to move forward and do whatever. You're going to have elderly people. You're going to have what use is a baby? A baby has no use whatsoever, apart from the fact that becomes the future of your entire society. What use is a disabled person? Well, a disabled person is the relative of a person who's not disabled, presumably. And if they're part of that family in that community, well, then that's what they're bringing to the table as well. Now, I could lay out my list. Let's imagine we're something's happened and we're all in a sort of audition here to join a mag right now, and I'm trying to convince you guys that I should join your community, and you're vetting me right now, and I say, well,
I don't trust his accent, guys. I don't trust his accent. Let's not let him in.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are the ones with the accents, not me. I don't know what that's all about. But I could sit here and say, well, I'm this, I'm a survivalist, I'm a hunter, and I've got this skill, and I do this, and all blah, 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 blah. But also, let's say I've got a son who's in a coma. I don't, by the way, but just as an example, let's say I've got a son who's, he can't do anything at all, nothing at all, has zero, can't contribute a thing. But he's important to me, so you don't get me if you don't get him. But the care of that person falls on me initially. Yeah. And then if I become part of that community and I bring something to it that's of value, then I think I deserve a little bit of shared, a bit of shared sort of care from the rest of that community for the more vulnerable parts of our community. And that's a humane society.
Which is what we want. But the other brutal side of that, to take it on the other foot and play devil's advocate for a second, is if that's somebody who needs medication's a finite resource, do you then as a community elect to use up that medication on that person who is also not a major contributor? These are the difficult questions.
That's definitely the hard rock place.
A question like that, though, I mean, we're talking about hypotheticals now, but let's say, for example, I've got a diabetic child, right? Type 1 diabetes. He needs insulin. And you guys are a group of 50 and you have, for some reason, a bunch of insulin, right? So you've got a stockpile of it. And I'm trying to convince my way into the group because I feel I can bring something to the group, but I also need that insulin. And you guys are thinking, okay, yeah, we bring this guy into the group, he's going to bring X, Y, and Z, but he's also going to run through our insulin pretty quickly because he's got a child that's dependent on it. And, we've got one other person in the group that's got diabetes and we think, he's probably more valuable. I think we're going to exclude that person. Sorry, we feel your pain, but the answer is no. Yeah. That's fine. I tell you what, though, now I know you've got insulin and my entire life at that moment in time is going to be about, well, fuck that group. I'm going to do everything possible to get that insulin. I don't care about anything about you guys. You've made an enemy.
If you're being vetted into the group, they're not going to tell you they got all this insulin. So you're not going to know they have all this insulin.
Yeah, I knew we shouldn't have flown that flag that says we have thousands of insulin in here. There was a big mistake. I knew it.
One of the things, though, you touch on something you guys have been kind of touching on a little bit here. The elderly community, they may not be able to do much, But if they know how to can food, they know they know what proper mushrooms look like and stuff. They can teach and supervise processes going on. They have the skill to do it, but they no longer have the ability, but they got the mental acuity for it. Hey, there's a teacher you need, and they need to be put to work teaching.
That's a good point, Gil, because it could be, let's say your elderly grandma that has arthritis in her hands, so she can't knit or sew or do any of it, but she knows how to do it, and it can explain it to you, and you can follow along, and she can, be like, oh yes, you're doing it correctly, and pass that skill along to next generation.
Worst case scenario, my cabin needs a draft excluder. Lie down there, Grandma.
From a survivalist point of view, the kind of communities that I pay attention to, I pay a lot of attention reading up on small indigenous communities and the likes. The communities, or the cultures rather, more so culture rather than community, who value elders as a main focus of their community are, to my mind, the more prosperous. They're the most, they're in a microcosm, but they have the most to offer. And it's only, sadly, for whatever reason, Western communities, whether it be in North America, most of Europe, the UK, and countries that are associated with basically Europeans. It's actually, Americans are basically Europeans. Sorry, guys, you're really just a colony. But
wow, that doesn't include me.
You've inherited this problem of we exclude our elders. We look down on them. You get to a certain age and you get put in a care home and you get ignored by the grandchildren. And that's a symptom of our society that's done that for some reason. But if you look at indigenous groups throughout the world, whether they be the Sami or the Aborigines or the Native Americans, they value their elders.
They're revered.
They're revered. For some reason, we don't do that in our culture. I genuinely don't know why we moved away from that, because in the pagan days, we did do that, and then we moved away. It could be religious that's caused that. The
laziness.
It could be something.
Do you know? Do you want me to tell you what's caused that? So people were revered because they're old and they've gained knowledge, right? And wisdom. Wisdom comes with age. We all know this, all right?
Well, for some of them.
Now, everyone coming up has Google, has the internet at their fingertips, and they think they know nothing. Nothing granddad or grandma can teach me. I can't Google and look on YouTube is their thought path. So they've suddenly become, it's more redundant. It's like I used to sit around and I could listen to my granddad before he passed, talk about the war. He's taught me sign language. He taught me German. He taught me all sorts of different skills. I said the war and then said he taught me German. I should mention he was on the Allies side. He wasn't German. But he taught me so much. And just through sitting there listening to him, stories, things like that. But the generation come up now, they've got a 7-second attention span before they want to scroll on to the next video. As long as granddad can get his point across in 30 seconds or less, they'll be all right. There's no patience. There's no value for them anymore. That's why.
Yeah,
I think
they're lazy about gaining knowledge.
I think it's deeper than that, though. I think we've had the problem of excluding the elderly long before the introduction of smartphones or the internet. I think that's a societal or a cultural marker of Western society, European Western society. And when I say European, I also mean North American, because it's basically the same. So Australians, for example, are exactly the same, but the Aborigine Australians are not the same, because they still value their way of doing it, which is Indians, for example, in India, they still genuinely value a sort of a system where the elderly are more revered and they have more value in the community. Japan very much so still has this in their community, and they're better for it. I think they're better for it, in my opinion.
Yeah. One of the things on that, Alan, is that in Western society, we've gotten into the trap of greed. All right, they're not making me any money. I need to make money. I need to keep up with the Joneses, and my grandparents aren't helping me. So I don't need to take care of them. I need to take care of getting money. I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could simply be the absolute capitalist sort of mindset that we all have in our society that is driving that. I suppose when you do look at sort of indigenous communities or more tribal-based communities in the world, they are less capitalist than we are. That's definitely for sure. There's more of an individualistic mentality towards us, you know, than most other communities. But a lot of people think that's because of the expansion of larger urban areas. That's not so much cultural. That's more simply to do with you could live in London. You could live in a flat in London for 30 years and not have a clue who your neighbor is. That's normal.
Yeah.
You know, and people often say, oh, you go down the London Underground and you know, you pass 1,000 people, but you don't make eye contact with any of them or say hello. Well, of course you don't. Can you imagine saying hello 1,000 times a day? It would just be annoying.
But we also still suffer the delusion of, oh, Coronation Street and EastEnders and these soap operas where they all know each other and stuff like this, and it's a load of crap.
Well, there are still small communities, you know, village type size communities, or you know, very small town communities, where I think they are a lot more hospitable towards each other and a lot more, you know, active in each other's sort of lifestyle. I mean, it's not quite the Archers for anybody who listens to Radio 4, where everybody knows everybody's business. I don't think communities like that really exist to any real extent. I mean, the town that I live in just now has a population of 2,000. I know 3 of my neighbours. You know, that's about it, really. I've only lived here a few years, and I know 3 of my neighbours by name. I know what they do as a job, but other than that, I don't know anything else. But we don't have religious communities anymore where everybody meets in one place every Saturday or Sunday or whenever it is. We don't have these social groups anymore that we once had when there was a lot less of us. The problem is there's so many of us nowadays. It's hard to be more of a tight-knit community when there's literally 1,000 people who live within your immediate vicinity.
Yeah.
But then Japan, like I say, that's a very populous country. They managed to do it, you know.
However, Japan is slipping. They're slow. Japan is slowly slipping away from that. And I've seen several videos talking about how it's getting.
Brian.
They're falling into the Western trap.
Well, that's it. It's the Western trap. Do you know the only thing that's contaminating Japanese society is our society?
Take that, you bastard!
That's for mocking her accent earlier.
Sorry.
Okay, the last one. LLC, Limited Liability Corporation. 2, sizes vary from small to very large. 3, legally set up with members as shareholders. 4, very structured with specific rules, bylaws. 5, predetermined membership levels and stock buy-in costs. 6, the company or corporation owns the land. 7, skill cross-training is often required. 8, background checks.
Yeah.
So this I can speak to because this is something I kind of looked at. So I've run a limited company before with directors and stuff like that, and an LLC. I've looked into it quite deeply, and it's something that somebody said maybe it's something I should look at because I wanted to get land, not just land for my own personal use, but for the Prepper network use. The negative side of it is you take what is a hobby, a passion, and you know, a friendly face on YouTube into this is suddenly a business with shareholders and things like that, and people you have to answer to. And I would love for everyone to be involved in getting some land together. But if nothing grows on that land, or there's something wrong with that land, or that land gets hit by a goddamn meteor, then people are going to have expectations after the fact. So there's a lot of responsibility falls on you. It's a difficult one to do, and many preppers talk that they want to be involved in things. When it comes to putting up time, effort, and money, they go silent.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult one because this takes the step from here's a friendly organization that we can all get involved with and potentially survive something in the future to right now we are officially an organization, and the tax man's going to look at us and the government's going to look at us and we're going to be recognized. It's a scary and dangerous step.
I've worked with groups that have asked me to come in and help them set up their LLCs for this, and they have, some of them have a hard time getting it to work. Others get it to work really easy because they got charismatic leaders in there, and they let people know, it's all right. You want to join us? Yeah, you spend one Saturday a month we have meetings, and during the summertime, there is going to be one weekend a month during the summertime where everybody has to come out to the property and work. That's part of it. You don't come out and you don't work, you get kicked out and you lose. And there's a penalty of shares that you lose when you get kicked out. Some, like I said, some of them will work real well. Others are really struggling to get along. It has to do with the mindset of the people willing to join them and willing to do what they're going to do.
And it's that dishing out of the punishment side of things that you're talking about that it's kind of puts me off. And people put me off by saying it's also my reputation on the line. If people invest in me, say let's say collectively as a group we raised, I don't know, 70,000 pounds, and I struggled to find a decent piece of land for that. So we ended up with not the best piece of land at 50-60 grand kind of thing. Then that onus falls on me. And then, or that we don't find land at all. And then people start saying, oh, well, I've put money into it and there's no land because you've not got enough investors or what have you. There's so much on there, and it's so easy to get a bad reputation. People think, oh, he's just after our money. Well, it's not the case. So this is why I've not followed it through with that, because as much as I've had people message me going, I'd like to be involved, I will give you X amount of money, etc., and do all this, there's not enough of them to make it a viable option. Yeah.
Most of the ones that I've worked with that have actually worked were already an established MAG unit or something where they had like 50, 60 members already. And they were, and so they had a already existing formula, but they didn't have land. And that's why they formed the LLC, is so they could buy the land. You have 50, 60 people coming in, and then they start to buy the land. And to do that, those are the ones that work better than the ones that are just trying to start an LLC first and then get people to join.
Oh yeah, but we've got 400 plus people on the UK Prepper Network, and 25% of them are like, oh yeah, I really want to do this, I really want to be involved. And then you say like, oh, do you want a patch for £7? They're like, oh no, it's a bit expensive that. I'm like, well, how are you going to put 10 grand into land? Shut up. Yeah. Get out.
That's good.
But that's the thing is, you got to have a group that's going to actually be behind it. Like you said, your network is across the UK. Most of these are ones where they're actually already meeting together, every month or every other month.
Yeah, and I think that's what it ended up being. So we've got like zones. If a bunch of people from Zone 3, for example, got together and there was 10 of them, and they could get some land together, brilliant. And that would probably work better because they're all in a proximity. It's difficult for me to get somebody in London to invest in some land that I want on the border of Scotland, because they're not going to see that benefit. Yeah. So it's difficult.
And that's the thing is for these. Some of these work really well. Some of them don't. And it's the structure behind it is you see, everything is set up and drawn up beforehand before anybody joins into it. Even if you have an existing organization already, everybody votes on, does it, and then they join into it by whatever they can afford to come into it. One of the ones I helped set up, they had 280 acres. And there was some old farm. There was an old farm. There were buildings on it and stuff. And so the first thing they did was, as they set up, you put in so much, you get one of these different levels. The beginning level would get you a spot to set up a tent. A little bit more, give you a spot that had for parking an RV that actually had a hookup for RV. And as you went up the line, you got different things. And one of the levels there is, okay, yeah, you get this area here to bring in a modular home, to set a modular home up on it. And so they had it set up, and that one I'm not going to say where they're at, but that one's still going strong, and they've quadrupled the size of it, and they bought neighboring land around them. But they also had a very charismatic leader who was devoted to it, and he did a lot of stuff, and he goes, okay, my time's done. He goes, my time's done. Somebody else run for it. And he stepped back and he coached the new leader.
You're trying to say I'm not a charismatic leader, Gil? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying this is what happens here with this group I worked with. And it's like,
you are, Mike. You are
trying to get me to join. I go, sorry, you're in an area I don't want to go to. I will help you, but I don't want to go there.
Yeah. I think having the land initially is the way to do it more than anything else. Like I keep joking on videos, and it's half a joke and half hoping somebody will spot it. But if somebody joined the network who already had like, oh, I've already got 20 acres of scrap land in Dumfries and Galloway that's not being used, and then they wanted to be involved, so suddenly you've got your head start right there.
Yeah.
So, but it's starting from scratch with no land, trying to raise the funds to do so through that LLC is always going to be like nails against a chalkboard, I would say.
I mean, it depends. It depends what you want this land for. I mean, what's the purpose of this land, and that's very specific for wherever.
Mike's mansion, nobody welcome.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you happen to be in the world, really. Because I mean, from my point of view, I mean, in the US, you've got BLM land, so you can do a lot on there. From what I understand, it doesn't require any kind of, you don't need to own it in order to go in there and set up a camp for a period of time, or even do some hunting. Where I live in my part of the UK, I can camp anywhere I like, whether you own the land or not. So I don't need to own land in order to do the activities I do. So it makes no sense. There's lots of value to owning land, of course, but I mean, unless you've got a very specific reason for owning it, I don't see the value of it.
It's a bit different in Scotland. A bit different in Scotland to England because you have the wild camping that we don't have. My benefit to owning it would be security more than anything else, because if you've got the right to have it, develop it, put a fence around it, even put lots of brambles around it, stuff like that. My idea would be setting it up as what was essentially be like a off-grid holiday park, and preppers could come and stay in the units anytime they wanted, do the skills workshop, stuff like that. But when it hits the fan, the units are full, the gates are closed, the roads are blocked, and you're in a secure environment. When you talk about land you don't own, you're always taking that risk of bumping into the 3 out of the million people who think, I'm just going to bug out to the countryside.
Yeah.
You've not really got as much. You can't pre-prep that land. Yeah. And it's the pre-prepping of the land that I think the ownership gives you the ability to do.
Yeah. I mean,
some of that. You could drop a little cash, but you couldn't sink a giant container and have a log cabin there, could you?
Yeah. I mean, I could definitely see the value in. I mean, because in an SHTF situation, I couldn't care less who owns the land. If there's an area that I'm going to inhabit, I'm going to inhabit it. But I can see your point, Mike, where let's say you owned a campsite or a caravan site or something like that, and it was open to the public, but you prioritize people of like-minded sort of thinking. And you literally said within that group of people, look, if it ever went to hell, this can be your point of this is our ROV, this is our rendezvous point. So come here, bring your family, bring your skills and your resources, and we all congregate in this one place. And I close the gate and I shut the we draw up the barricades, and as a community we work together. I can see the value in it from that point of view. Yeah,
that's exactly it. And like I say, the benefit of doing that as two separate things. So in peacetime. So, Alan, you've invested and you've got what essentially looks like a static caravan or a container, whatever it is. You've essentially got a little 3-bedroom family home on this land with your own areas around it and stuff like that. And it's got a river and all this lovely stuff. Through peace times, you could go there every weekend if you wanted. You could take the family there. You could take the kids there. You could have it as meets, or you could just do things on your own. So it's two strings to the bow.
There's definitely value in it. I mean, I imagine there's two things that probably cause hesitation from people. Like you say, the reluctance to certain people within the community to invest in something like that. One of them being, I imagine they either just don't have the resource to do that, and that's why they avoid it. The other one being, we've all heard stories about there are genuinely prepper communities out there that have bought like nuclear silos, and they develop them into sort of like units that can house 200 people. And then kind of like a timeshare, they say, okay, you buy this unit, and then in the apocalypse, you come here, your 200 grand that you invested in,
if you can get here.
Your unit. Yeah.
If you can get there.
But it's not just a case of can you get there. Let's say you do get there, and the bloody gates are closed, and the billionaire who's taken all your money has now like, yeah, sorry, mate, I'm just got to keep the whole bloody thing to myself. I don't want a random in here. But I invested money in the timeshare. Don't care, mate. The world's ending, good luck. I can kind of, I'm not saying that's what you would do, Mike, but I can see the hesitation.
No, but you're right. There's a trust factor there massively, and it's the same with anything like that. And even if you set up as an LLC, like we've got on the screen here, without rule of law,
what does it matter?
That anyway?
That's the thing. What does it matter when an SHTF happens?
Exactly, and I think it's about building that trust. And I'd love people to come on board and like to think I've got the trust of quite a few people, but there's always going to be people with that seeding doubt. Or there might be people that like, this year they're so totally dedicated to prepping and they get involved. And then next year they're like, I don't want to be involved anymore. I want to pull out. I want to sell my chunk. I want some money back, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Waves and fads.
Yeah. Yeah. I like you saying about the silo and the locking the gate on everybody. Problem is, the person that does that is suddenly going to realize, wait a minute, all the skills these other people had that I was accounting on, now I don't have those skills. And I've seen people talk about this before. It's like, if people are there doing stuff and visiting and doing things all the time there, it's going to be kind of hard for them just to suddenly lock down and lock everybody out.
Yeah, but I mean, they could selectively do it, because what we're talking about here is the ARC concept.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about, the ARC, right? So let's say you develop a site, and as a prepper community, you say this is our ARC, and there's 100 people who have invested in this collectively, but it's always effectively going to be owned by one or two people. That person who owns it is effectively the gatekeeper of that place, and everything else is just based on contract. Now, that person makes close friendships with, say, 10 people out of the 100, right? And then SHTF happens, he's going to allow the 10 people in, and all the other resources and things there are now you cut the other 90 people off.
But again, and that's based on what they think they can do. If the guy that's coming in is bigger and scarier and more well armed than you, then you might not be cutting them off. They might be cutting you off. With the land issue, with somebody owning it individually, I always said if I went down the route of that, I would put the land in a deed in a trust name under the group's name.
Yeah.
So it would be like, it's almost like when you get companies that are employee owned, the land would be owned by the group as essentially as a trust. So it can never be sold on as a private individual.
Right. And that's like with the LLC. The land is owned by the corporation, not by an individual.
Mm-hmm. But you can do the same with a trust.
Yeah, you can do the land. You can do a land trust, an S corp. Yeah. But yeah, there's any type of set that is setting up like this. The odds of having a bad actor doing that involved in something this big is very, very low, because if they're involved in it, they already realize, wait a minute, I need as many people in here with as many skills, and I don't want to cut. He's not going to want to cut anybody out, because they know they need more people, and they'll always need more people than they can actually get, specifically for a gene pool. anyone smart enough to set up a silo up for that is going to know he's going to need a gene pool. And if he locks himself away, yeah, he's going to be good for a generation, maybe two, and then they're dead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only sort of like thinking that you guys seen the movie Homestead? What was
No, I've heard about it. I haven't. I can't see it. Was it on Netflix or something?
I think so. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name.
I will not watch anything on Netflix.
I couldn't remember the name of it, so I quickly looked up. It's called Homestead.
Yeah,
and that's effectively a post-apocalyptic type drama of a situation that we're kind of talking about here, where somebody who's got a lot of money has a big house and lots of land, and what they did is he employed preppers and ex-military people to effectively, in an emergency situation, they would all congregate to that one area, and then they would set up a micro community. And that's what happens. An emergency happens, and all these preppers congregate in one place. But what you also find was, in this movie, you ended up with a bunch of people outside the gates wanting to get in. And these preppers were sort of holding them back, saying, no, you can't contribute nothing. You're not part of the group. Go to hell. And the whole premise of the movie was, who should we let in and who should we not let in? It's a Christian movie, so eventually, spoiler alert here, they kind of let everybody in eventually. And
there's a series now as well.
Yeah, well, is it really?
Yes,
it was a good film actually, but they let everybody in, and those people end up having more value than what was otherwise, portrayed. Personally, that to me, that's kind of open borders, and I don't think it would really work. But I see the argument, I can see the point of it. And that's also highlights the danger though of this idea that a bunch of preppers can get in one place and say we'll have this community and we'll control it, because you're going to have outside influences.
They backtrack on that open borders policy into the series, Alan.
So you're aware.
The gates become closed, but it's not Netflix skill, it's Amazon Video or Angel Studios that produce it, so you can see it on either of them.
Yeah.
So, great actor in it. That guy, what's his name? Neil or something. Always recognize me. He's got white hair. I can never remember.
Yeah, he was in the Tulsa King as well.
He's a fantastic actor.
Yeah,
really good actor. Yeah, just reading through some of these comments as well. Some people echoing some similar things.
Mm-hmm. They are very picky. They count down. They locked out a lot of people in that movie. They didn't want to run out of food. Yeah, and in the series, they've carried that on of kind of you can come through, but you can't kind of thing, which we spoke about like on podcasts and stuff before. Sometimes, as much as we'd love to welcome everybody in, if you had that safe sanction, that bit of land we're talking about, Alan, you would have to close the gates.
Yeah,
quite a period
sooner
of time.
or later you have to do that.
Yeah,
because it's just going to be like a plague of locusts of people coming in.
Yeah,
I mean, do you want to, if you've got enough food, if you've took if you've put together enough food to sustain yourself and a few like-minded people, and you've took the initiative to do that, why should you have to slowly starve because you've now decided to spread that far and wide with all the people who didn't? And there is a justification there, I think, for pulling up the drawbridge, and saying, "Look, sorry, but you guys should have did this."
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably the one time that preppers would be able to say, "Well, we told you so."
We got to say it all through the COVID days.
One of the problems I have with a lot of the stories about like, oh, we're closing the gate, and now there's all these people at the gate. It's like, how the hell did all these other people know there was something there to go to?
I mean, that's valid where you are, but in the UK, population density wise, people are going to come across you. Yeah. And if you look like a community that's got their shit together, word will spread. And how remote you are.
Too.
Yeah, I mean, and again, if you look back in history, this happened. It happened in the UK as well. We actually had points in UK history where we had great famines going on or plagues, and you would have these random communities that were better kept than others. And it literally was a case of they would build walls around cities. Edinburgh is my closest city. That was literally at one point a fortress city. It had a wall all the way around it and a big drawbridge. And when the plague was happening, when the plague happened, it quite literally had people at the gates banging to try and get in, because they knew that beyond those walls, there was food, there was water, there was some sort of degree of medical resources, whatever. But outside of those gates, it was like bloody hell on earth, you know. But the people inside those walls knew that at the second they opened the gates, they wouldn't be helping those people. They would just be inviting hell on earth into them, and that's why they didn't. And there was they had to play a dangerous game there.
The irony is, I think in a modern situation that flips, right? You wouldn't want to be in the center of Edinburgh or York or London. You'd be banging on the gates to get the outs.
I wouldn't want to be in the center of Edinburgh nowadays, you know.
Beheaded person on the road. That was the recent one there, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that's right. With the bus.
That's part of the problem with letting people in. The ones you're letting in, most likely, most of them are going to be ones that didn't prep, didn't do this. They think they're owed the food. They're owed the right to be there. They're the exact type you don't want to have in there at all.
I'm gonna have a hard printout, Gil, of my Patreon members list, and I'm be like, nope, you didn't give me £6 a month. Get away. Go. Bet you wish you had now.
There's, and it's just, there's going to be a cold hard fact with a lot of groups that are out there. Once they set up, anyone trying to get in, they're going to be looked at as these guys are going to kill us because they're taking our food away from us, and they're too lazy to help grow food. So yeah, they're going to wind up killing us. So either we keep them out and we stay alive, or we let them in and we all die.
Yeah, and 90% of the population is going to be this whining, entitled, somebody needs to feed me, somebody needs to give me water, somebody needs to look after me, somebody else needs to save me. People. Yeah. And that's going to try and project onto you, people, communities that are ready.
Yeah. And it's a hard fact, at least I know here in the United States, it's going to be a hard fact that anyone trying to get in is going to take a dirt nap.
Yeah. It's not far from the truth here as well.
Yeah.
Just to think that the UK is not armed in any way would be delusional. And
I know there's a lot of shotguns and other things around over there.
It's not just that. You're talking about people of a prepared mindset. Even if you do take firearms out of the equation, you're talking about people that are trained in proficiency with other things.
Yeah.
Bows and arrows. Turn around to me and say, "Oh well, you've put yourself on YouTube, so if it hits the fan, I'm just going to come and find you and take your beans. What are you going to do about it?" Like, all right, yeah.
I tell you what, the sword and the shield went a long way for a very long time in human history, especially in these islands.
Yeah.
So,
and Britain had a great weapon called the longbow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
kick the crap out of the French. That weapon.
I like longbows.
2 fingers.
I tried a 60-pound longbow. I could pull that easily, but I tried a 120-pound. Oh boy, I couldn't even pull that one.
Yeah. Nice. I mean, it's like I say, you're talking about the people that survive these things comfortably and have resources are already trained. Chances are me and Alan can swing an axe better than the average Joe, just because we do it, just because we've cut wood and stuff like that. So if it came to a knife fight, then you're picking a fight with a community that have all got experience in handling things like that. So you just, some people are delusional.
I mean, it's like my daughter. She was the president of the fencing club at the university she went to. And so, she's well trained on that. Yeah. I taught in my early 20s. I taught at the the local college and at the police academy for defensive tactics and firearms. You know, so yeah, there's a lot. And then of course, as a scoutmaster, I taught all the scouts how to shoot rifle, shotgun, archery, tomahawk throwing, knife throwing.
I'm not throwing my tomahawk. It was too expensive.
Well, that's why you have the paracord on it. You throw it and you pull it back.
There you go. I've seen a beautiful one. I need a magical £90 to appear in my account for this S-Twing one. Oh, it's beautiful. And I've had S-Twing hammers when I was a joiner, and it's the best thing to swing.
Oh yeah, I love S-Wing.
Well, they do a proper like tomahawk as well in S-Wing. Love it.
Yep. Well, here we have what it looks like a tomahawk, but it's basically a shingle hammer.
Yeah,
for cutting shingles and stuff. Yeah. Choppy chop. But yeah, there's yeah, and that's one of the things that I try to get across to people. You know, I'll end a lot of my videos and live streams with keep adding to your preps, water, food, medicine, clothing, et cetera, et cetera. Learn a new skill every month. Doesn't have to, there's all sorts of skills you can learn, including self-defense skills.
Or attempt to.
Attempt to, yeah.
Feed the skills that you already have, because skill fade is a big thing. I find myself thinking, I know how to do that, but I've not done it for years. I wonder how proficient I am at it now. And then when I go into the woods and I go and practice that skill, I realize I'm pretty rusty. You know, I'm the skill that I think I've got in my head doesn't quite match the skill I've got in the real world when I actually try and put it into practice. So I deliberately now put myself in a position where I go out and I practice a couple of skills.
Well, if you have
that I just haven't done
practiced
for a while.
For a very long time, it's in your muscle memory. So
yeah. It's a real thing. It's a real. I mean, even when it comes to something as simple as foraging, I found myself today actually walking around with the dog and taking a look around and identifying a few edibles because it's springtime now, so this is a good time to sort of identify things that are coming up. And I'm looking at things and thinking, I can't actually remember what this is called. That's just because skill fade has. I've not paid attention to it for a long time. So you have to get out there and you have to
can't remember if that mushroom's poisonous or not.
Yeah, not 100% sure.
I've just put the 2 links in the chats for the S-Twings. It's not an affiliate link or anything like that. It's just for you guys to have a look at. And obviously, if anybody wants to buy me one for my birthday, feel free. But it's the Eagle double bit axe, which is beautiful, and it's the S-Twing Black Eagle leather. Which is like a hatchet / tomahawk thing. So, yeah, lovely bits of kit.
I was looking at a website the other day that still makes genuine swords, genuine handcrafted, proper long swords and traditional British swords, from back in the day. And
nice.
I tell you what, if I had to spare 600 quid, there's some beautiful swords. I've got no use for a sword, but I just wanted it because it was such a nice thing that was a major part of our history for a long time.
That website I've pasted, I don't know if you've used it, Henny. It's Haines, or something it's called.
I've bought some stuff off them before.
They're dangerous. Oh, they're dangerous. Yeah. And they're really fast delivery and everything. So
yeah. Got my little Kirkshaw knife off of them, actually. They're really good.
That's where the survival knife was from. The thingy, the one I give away. That's where that was from. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, great site. They sell a lot of good stuff, that website. A lot of survival type gadgets and things.
I'm going to say if they want to sponsor my channel and just send me everything.
I think unless your channel's got 1 million subscribers, they couldn't care less. They're one of those types,
Yeah, I know. So we just need to find 1 million preppers in the UK. It's never going to happen.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think you could find 1 million preppers in Europe, let alone the UK.
If we want to make it big, we've got to rely on that colony again. Oh dear. No, it's with this subject, I'd love to know, you might have already done it at the start, who's got something in place they think ready for a mag situation, or who might end up being a lone wolf through circumstance.
I mean, earlier on when we were talking about it, it came down to terminology again. I think we kind of all agreed a lone wolf, to our mind, is the kind of hermit in the house or the cabin who wants no contact or interaction with anybody whatsoever and is completely isolated. And that person eventually is going to fall foul to his own demise.
Yeah,
in a short period of time.
In that context, but I would also argue that a lone wolf could be a victim of circumstance. I've just moved, for example, from one town to the other. I don't know anybody local, and the shit hits the fan a month later. I am a lone wolf, whether I like it or not, technically.
But a lone wolf will actively seek to exclude himself from anybody else.
Yeah.
So they will, even if the opportunity arises for a lone wolf to be part of a community, he will say no.
Yeah.
And he'll push himself away from that because
if
that's a particular
mindset as a lone wolf
yeah.
kind of thing. Yeah.
To my mind, I don't want to go over old ground again because we spoke about it earlier on, but everybody's a lone wolf to begin with in a way, because survivability, which is what it's all about, starts with you as a person, you by yourself, your skills, your knowledge, your preps, your condition, etc. And
your
then
ability to act in a crisis.
Yeah. And then it expands out to your most immediate surroundings. So the person in your household, and then your neighbors, your family, etc. And it kind of expands out to a community that way. And then to me, I use the example of, as a survivalist type person, survivalists are lone wolves by nature. We're very much, we don't like to hoard a lot of stuff. And my instinct as a survivalist is always to flee rather than to stay put. To take my skills and bugger off and be away from the situation. But in the real world, I understand that as a community, as a person in this world, that's not practical. You have to be part of a community. You have to be more part of a mag, if you like. And so actively getting yourself involved in discussion or debate and aligning yourself with like-minded people like we're doing just now, whether it be joining sort of like the UK Prepper Network on Discord and having that discussion, that contact, or speaking to people on the internet, or joining other groups, whether they be orienteering groups or hiking groups or martial art groups, and networking by stealth, which is what I'll call it from now on. Networking by stealth is how I form my mag. Yeah. I think now, if something genuinely happened in the world where I had to rely on a mag of people, I think with the couple of neighbors that I've got, the 2 or 3 people at work, 1 or 2 people from each of the kind of clubs, if you like, or groups that I'm involved with, and martial arts and hunting and survival type, outdoor type pursuit things and other sports. I think between all of those things, I could probably pull together 10, 15 people that I could call comfortably a mag, and we would all mutually benefit each other, and it would be local. That's the key. I mean, because as much as it's great to be part of a mag, an online mag with you guys, Sweden, American, English, nowhere near where I am, so it's great for knowledge and it's great for the wider net, but locally is where it's at, and that's where you have to be.
Yeah, I agree, especially like if you're thinking of lone wolf as a choice. Like, I am a lone wolf, I am Rambo, I'm going to take them on them all. I think it's the lone person situation then probably is more so. Like, at the moment where I am right now, neighbors wise and stuff like that, I haven't got a clue. I would be on my own or with just immediate family that lives in the house. So it puts me in a lone wolf situation, not by choice, as I would say.
But your choice is, as soon as you can, is to be no longer a lone wolf, but part of the community.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Back from the coffee shop.
Yep. All done.
One of the things for Alan is one of my favorite authors, Jerry Ahern, who I actually met years ago. his series of books called The Survivalist. In it, he puts out what he called the Survivalist Creed. I will survive so I can make my family survive. My family and I will, so we can make our friends survive. My family and friends will survive so we can make our community survive. Myself, my friends, friends, and that will survive so we can make civilization survive.
Yeah.
So it builds from the one and it builds up. And so you're going to survive. You're going to make your family survive. You're going to make your friends survive. Community, and that was the idea he put out in his books of the Survivalist Creed.
Yeah, I mean that's the overlapping aspect of it. I mean, to my mind, we are alone. We're all alone.
Yeah.
Right?
You start with the number one.
You have to start with the number one because that's where everything starts. And this idea of dependency or belief that, well, there's other people in a community, even if you've got the best formed community going, say you're Amish or whatever, or Amish, however it's pronounced, and they all have their own skills and you live within that community. Each one of those individuals, though, has a particular set of skills as well. And they hone them and they practice them because they realize the value in having individuality, right? Being a survivalist or a lone wolf isn't entirely about individuality. To me, it's about exclusion. A lone wolf excludes people, and he goes out of his way to exclude people, and that's what makes him a lone wolf. And some people genuinely think that's a good policy or a good way to be, and for them individually it might be for a period of time, but all of us agree that it won't last. That person's going to break a leg or have to sleep at some point, type of thing. A survivalist and a prepper, I mean, they're very much the same thing, but to me they're also very different. A survivalist relies entirely on skills. That's their priority. It's not a reliance, it's more of a where do we start. My entire premise is I go by the notion of skills always. A prepper will go by things, stuff, and how to use them, best utilize them. Both of these things, one is no better than the other, but both of them have a very particular ideology. It's an ideology. A prepper will stay put and look to stay put and try and bring civilization back to the point. Whatever that civilization is, they're trying to maintain that as long as possible within a bubble. A survivalist will try and move away from it. So survivalists aren't trying to wait out the storm, they're trying to move away from the storm. Preppers are trying to survive the storm by holding out. That to me is the key difference. But we're talking about forming a community of people, a MAG, and you want a bit of both of these communities. You want both of these kind of mindsets. Because one, just if you just have a MAG full of nothing but survivalists who are always trying to move away from the problem, what you end up with are nomads. What you end up with are traveling communities. They're basically roaming sort of survivalists. They're in a community of people. They're not individuals, but they're always moving. They're always taking the resources from one place and moving on. If you have a community entirely of preppers who hoard resources into one place, that in itself can become a problem because then you're entirely dependent on the resource of that one place. And when you take that resource away, because you lack the skills to be able to move on to the next resource, you have a bit of a gap there. And that gap is where you end up with people spreading out all over the place, kind of thing. I'm being very broad with my definitions.
Yeah.
There's people shouting at the comments right now saying, well, I'm both. Fine.
Yeah.
If you're both,
no,
you're great.
I was going to address that, Alan, because I think we're bridging that gap, right? Because you've come on to our community for the last year, and then there's lots of people who are preppers that have got the stuff. What do you do now? You learn the skills.
I genuinely believe that a survivalist, if you're just a survivalist and nothing else, you will die. If you're just a prepper and nothing else, you will die.
Yeah, you've got to bridge that. You've got to bridge that gap. Both. You either have to be both, or you have to be a part of a community that has both.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so for me personally, when you ask the question, what have you guys done to sort of form your own MAG? This is what I've done. I've only really been part of this community, to my mind, for the past 9 months. It's less than a year. And the very first thing I did was I watched prepper channels on YouTube. which I didn't otherwise do. It was totally new to me. And then I got involved with the Facebook chats and things like that. And then from there, at some point I was watching these kind of conversations. I seen a link to the UK Prepper Network, which is local to me in my country. I joined that. I chatted on there, and before I know, I'm on the chat. And
we dragged him onto the fireside, and he's never escaped since.
But that's how it happens. I mean, this is what happens. And then I try and give my side of things, to add a little bit of flavor into the mix, so that we're not all just talking about the same thing every week. And every week I'm on listening to you guys who are more professional preppers. I'm learning continuously, and this is the way it has to be. It has to be this way, Otherwise, you're siloed. You don't want to be siloed. You have to be broad. You have to be diverse. With your thought and your opinion and your approach. And the more broad you are, and more diverse you are with knowledge and skills and preps, the greater your chances of surviving any eventuality, which to me is the ultimate prepping.
Yeah. Carindo Dan put that on there just then, Shadow, saying, where I live, nobody prepares. The only thing is they say is nothing's going to happen. He's in Norway. And yeah, I don't think it's exclusive to your country. There's a normalcy bias across every single one of our countries. And we'd all struggle to knock on the neighbor's door and instantly then be a prepper or survivalist kind of thing. So you're not on your own there, but look for groups that are not survival groups, but maybe do shooting at a gun club, do archery. You'll often find people of like mind at some of them places.
I want to throw this out there, guys. You know how I prepare.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is important. I prepare for normalcy or lack of normalcy, temporary power failure, etc., etc. All the stuff in my own lane, which is coming in handy because the wife and I are going to be out of town, and my son is still not able to drive yet. He's still wheelchair bound and walker bound, and my wife is lining up some of his favorite food and all that. He can cook, he can take care of himself, but he can't drive. He can't get out, basically. Because I've been preparing for quite a while, I know he will not go hungry. He's got food here. I've got the dehydrated food, the freeze-dried food. I got the canned food and all that. So wife and I can go out of town for a while and know that he's not going to be stranded. He's not going to go hungry. So there's one big bonus of putting stuff away. Big bonus. That's on a personal level with my family. But I just wanted to add that in there.
Well, you're right, Bob, because if you put stuff away as well, it's less strain. If you're relying on hunting, gathering, and stuff like that, and suddenly there's 2 extra miles, that's twice as much stuff you've got to do.
Work.
Yeah.
But that's I wanted to throw that out there, that you know how I tend to stay in my own lane, take care of me and my own on my little square and all that. This feeds right into that, because now I know that we can go out of town. He's going to be fine. He's got clean water. He's got lots of food. It's a bonus to doing this preparedness stuff. So,
I agree.
Yeah. The thing with you, Bob, as well. You've got a slightly, it's not even a unique circumstance, but something that's probably common to a lot of people because of the area that you live. Just based on the conversations we've had on these chats, you probably couldn't entirely rely on your neighbors to come to the assistance of you in a time of absolute crisis. Right. In fact, it would probably be the opposite. It would probably be every man for himself for a period of time. Am I right?
Yeah, shortly after the event, some of my neighbors, you'll find out the ones within the first 2 weeks, the ones you can trust, the ones you cannot trust.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's true. It's definitely the case for somebody in your kind of circumstance based on where you're at to think more like a survivalist than a prepper. Now, you can prep stuff by having things that are around you that can sustain yourself for a period of time, to get past a period of time. But I also imagine that it's always in the back of your mind of just bugging out. and bugging out to another location or to
Yes.
a community where you've got more, let's say, like-minded people who are not just entirely out for themselves. And that's the crossover there that I'm talking about, where sometimes just based on your circumstances, it's good to have the knowledge of both, kind of like you have. Prep as much as you can, because why wouldn't you? I mean, it's the sensible thing to do. We all live in urban environments. We all live in a modern society. If you've got the resources now to prep and have more food and have more water, have the stuff that you need to get by with the lights going off, why not do that? It's just sensible. But you can't entirely be like living in an egg, thinking that you can just feed yourself off of that resource and wait out any eventuality, because there's so many things going on in the world now, or people on the outside, and like in your case with your community, where they're trying to attack you all of the time. That might not be an option. And that's why skills becomes more of an attribute than anything else. Nobody can take a skill away from me, but they can take my stuff.
But and also, depending on how long you prep for, you're still on a timer, right? If you've prepped for 30 days and the event lasts 90, you are 60 days shit out of luck. If you prep for a year and it lasts for 5 years, you are 4 years shit out of luck.
See people who just store food. See people who they call themselves preppers, right? And all they do is they say, right, I need X amount of food and water and electricity. And I've got this amount and I can last 100 days just on this. That's all I'm going to do. That person's not a prepper in my mind. That person's a squirrel hoarding his nuts, right? And that's all that is. There's no skill involved in that. We all know how to eat. We all know how to drink water, right? And just having lots of that to see yourself through a period of time is not prepping. That's just being a squirrel.
Well,
right?
You might want the 90 days to go for the 90 and 90, like Brian said, where it's like 10% of the population is going to be left, right? Because there's going to be an abundance after that fact once everyone's died of dysentery. So you could
maybe
sneezing in the background.
Maybe
I would say in my circumstance, the people I know I can trust are Filipinos. I know I can trust them because my wife is Filipino. I know several families that got Filipino wives and children, mixed blood children and all that. Why can I trust a Filipino? Because all these ladies who married American guys who have families have been through actual disasters, annual typhoons, civil war, all that. They've been through it. They have the skills in place already, how they can take a handful of rice and stretch it out for a week. They grew up doing that. And that's an advantage that we have, right? And there's another group of races of people will click together. They will. Like here in this area, the Vietnamese will click together. The Filipinos will click together. Recent immigrants will click together. You might want to look into that too. But I would rather be. I have an advantage because my wife grew up in civil war and martial law. She knows it. She's already been through it. I hear them tell stories to each other about. Well, one example is when bullets were coming through their house. They were caught in between the military and a guerrilla group, and bullets were coming through their house. She was home with her baby sister, and her father had dug a trench in the floor to go outside to a foxhole that's covered. It's covered. You got to put a cover over your foxhole. And she put her baby sister on her back, and her baby sister latched around her neck, and she low crawled underneath the siding of the house and outside into the foxhole. Those are the people I want to have around me who've already lived through it. Seriously,
I agree with that,
they know what to do. They know what to do.
Definite advantage. Guys, I'm going to have to bow out. I've got the whole family here, so I was just popping on for an hour. So thank you for everyone for indulging me with the time, and great subject, Shadow. And
Yep.
It was
yeah.
your suggestion, so I.
Well, that's why I thought I'd best show my face.
Yep.
But you're all doing a
Right.
grand job without me. I'm just here making jokes for no reason. So I will bow out. Thank you very much. I appreciate you
Wait.
all. And
Take
I'll
care,
Later,
Mike.
Mike.
See
Take
you
care.
later.
Right, see you
see you later. Goodbye.
Yeah, I wanted to add in here. Okay, during the riots in 2020, the George Floyd stuff that we had here, we were still able to regularly practice at an indoor range. The whole family did. All of us did. Again and again and again and again and again. You know who we consistently saw in the indoor range was Vietnamese, Cambodians, Filipinos. Consistently. They've lived through this. They already know what it's like. And they would be, the whole family would be there together. And Grandpa was teaching the next generation. Those are groups that are already established. They don't need to have, they've already got skills because Grandpa survived the Vietnam War and was able to escape and survive, you know. Ethnic groups will click together. They will, because
You
I
see
saw
that-
it myself right here. You know?
You see that with these resilient groups of people who have went through
Mhm.
particular times of hardship. You know, people who've went through famine, people who've went through
Yeah.
lawlessness or war. They are more resourceful. They are because they
Mhm.
do have that muscle memory. And that's part of the problem with all of our countries, individually, whether it be North America or Sweden or the UK, we're sanitized to this time of prosperity and peace. There hasn't been a war in Europe in 80 years or whatever, and we've forgotten how to be self-sufficient to the point where we look after ourselves and the community around us. Now we rely on governments to do everything for us, and the governments over time have taken advantage of that, of course, because they want you to be completely subservient to them. So even right now, we know because of the current conflict in the Middle East, we're going to see spikes in fuel prices and food and resources and things like this. And what do I hear constantly on the news right now in the UK? Not about cutting back or living within your means or being more clever about how you use these resources. No, it's about what's the government going to give me to get me out of this situation. That's what I constantly hear, and that's a society of people who depend on the state, to bail them out, to do something for them, and that's a problem.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, I
Very
definitely
dangerous.
agree.
Mhm.
I agree, Bob. I agree, Alan.
But yeah, if you guys can connect up with some people from Southeast Asia who've already grown up in an SHTF situation, connect up with them here on YouTube or other social media, gain their trust and ask them questions. Some of them will share information, some of them will not. That's just the way they are, but that's a resource of people that you can learn from. Because, well, like my wife and her family, they had to split the family up during the Civil War. They had to. The two brothers in her family were targeted by the communists. They were being indoctrinated, and my father-in-law had to put the two boys on a bus, send them to another city, because as soon as you were targeted to be indoctrinated and you don't go through with it, the communists will kill you. And if the military found out that they were indoctrinated, the military and the police will kill you. So he had to take his two sons, put them on a bus, and send them to another city until they secure a loan from a bank to take the two boys. These were boys. These are kids. Had to put them on a boat and send them up to another island in the Manila area to stay with other family members. These are things that preppers don't look into. You may have to divide your family. You might have to just so they'll survive. Now, if he had not moved those two boys out of town, those guys would have been killed. Period. End of statement. Because my wife's late brother came home with a .45 auto. He was given that .45 auto. to go kill the principal of his school by the communists. And that's when my father-in-law took action, and he had to get him out of town right now. No waiting, no discussing. He took him to the bus station and got him on a bus, took him to a nearby city for safekeeping. If he had not have done that, I would have never met either my brother-in-law. He would have been killed eventually. You know, as a communist, you're called a useful idiot. You're indoctrinated, you're used for a specific task, and then they'll kill you. These are things that the people who've lived through it know. They know this, you know. But there's a real hardcore SHTF can go in so many different directions. So many things can happen. But
yeah, and it's just like somebody's saying in the comment section as well. I mean, we've been made entirely reliant on the supply chain, on the just-in-time supply chain, and that dependency has separated us from the genuine ability to feed ourselves or source food or understand where our produce comes from and our energy needs and things like that. I hear people all of the time in prepping communities talking about how if the electricity goes out, we all die. We lived for thousands of years as a human species without electricity. Okay.
Yeah.
If you have the skills to be able to live without electricity, then you'll be able to live without electricity. Okay. When it comes to food and things like that, the supply chain, if the supply chain disappeared tomorrow, lots of people would starve. But lots of other people would recognize, I don't need bananas every day of the year. You know, what do I grow in my country? What's available to me? You know, there's people have lived in this country for 10,000 years. What did they eat 10,000 years ago? And everywhere has that. And it's just a case of looking at the skills of the past in order to best equip yourself to help yourself in the possibility of something happening. It's not to say anything will happen. Maybe all of us will be able to go through the entirety of our life eating bananas every day of the year. Okay? Even though bananas don't grow anywhere where any of us live. But I still see a value in learning to live without having that dependency. That's what self-sufficiency is about. That's what prepping is about. That's what survival is about. That we're hedging our bets by developing our skills. And the equipment that we have and the resources that we collect are just aids. They're just aids to make that transition easier in the now. Well, it's kind of fixing the roof while the sun is shining type mentality. That to me is what this is about.
Yeah, I wanted to bounce off of that. That's why food stored up is essential, because it will give you time to remain healthy for a while until you can get out or find another method, another way of living.
You're buying time. You're literally buying time. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank
it's
you. Well
your
said,
insurance,
Alan.
basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, the others are not eating well. They're not so healthy. You and your family are going to remain as healthy as possible, to where you're still physically fit. If you got to walk out,
hey, Myra,
you're going to be able to do it. You know. Yeah.
And hopefully the circumstances change, which makes it better for you.
Right.
And you've bought yourself that time. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, that's the point of it. I mean, that's the thing that I think we have to get that message across, because there are, like I said earlier, there are people who genuinely think the whole point of this is just to be a squirrel and hoard as much stuff as you can. It's not about hoarding stuff. It's about hoarding time in order to get yourself to that next point. And you have to develop your skills.
The more time you can buy yourself, the better you are, basically.
Yeah. And that, I mean, and staying on topic as well, the more you hone the ability to form a community to help coherently all survive and mutually benefit from each other, that in itself is a long-term survival tactic. That's a long-term prep and strategy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
One of the things about food, though, is every place property we've lived on, we have planted fruit trees. And so, like right now, I've got 10 fruit trees out here that produced a lot last year. They're going to produce a whole lot more this year. I've got seeds, starting seeds to plant another 20 fruit trees this summer. And so,
long term.
Yeah, long term, because I'm going to get them planted, get those growing. We got apple trees going in, cherry trees, apricots, peaches, pears, and so we're going to get we're putting more and more trees in for food, and then around the trees we can grow other stuff, other plants and stuff in the orchard there for food as well. Getting rid of a bunch of the huge lawn we have here and turning that into a garden, just like we did in California. And so we'll be growing a lot of different squashes and stuff in the front yard here. Got a lot of sunflowers going in because the sunflowers block the wind to allow the squash to grow better. And so that's what we're doing here. And then this summer, across the street on my other property there, on a 2.5 acre field, going to be taking the rototiller out there, tilling it down again. And I got like 500 pumpkin seeds. So I'm going to plant 500 pumpkins out there. And then I got 10 pounds of sorghum seed to put out there in another area. We're going to get different things growing out there. Not so much for us, but for future stuff. The pumpkins, what loves the pumpkins? Let's see, the chickens love the pumpkins and cows love to eat pumpkins. Sorghum, the cows love to eat sorghum and the chickens love the seeds that come off the sorghum plant in the fall. So even if we don't harvest the sorghum, there's going to be chickens out there all over the place all winter long eating sorghum seeds. And it's going to cut back on the amount we have to spend for food for them, which is going to give us eggs and meat birds. So it's one of those things. You need to diversify your food source, just like there's a topic here tonight. Diversify your people in your sphere, your network, your group, so you have the ability to survive with more skills around you.
Yeah, I mean, also it's about the distribution of labor, the circularity of what you're talking about there, the circularity of how everything's connected in order to get the greatest amount of value out of it. There's a distribution of resources there that you can only find as a community, never as an individual. So let's say, for example, I'm a fantastic hunter. Let's say I'm really good at hunting. I go out and I shoot myself a deer because that's where I've focused a large area of my skill set. I can hunt, track, and kill the deer. I bring it back to my community of however many people. Now, if all I know how to do is hunt and rudimentally sort of prepare that animal so I can eat a few steaks off of it, I'm wasting a great amount of resource there. Whereas, let's say I put the carcass of that deer down and there's a woman there who knows how to take the hide and tan that hide fantastically. There's another couple of women there or a couple of men there who are like seamstresses and they know how to make that material into clothing. There's somebody else there that can take the sinew of that animal and make cordage out of that. There's another person there that knows how to make glue from the eyeballs and has a very specific way of doing it because they've practiced it so much, they've actually got proficient at it. And so that's the one specific skill that they're looking to do. Another person is interested in particular cuts of the meat. Another person is interested in the bones. Before you know it, you've taken this one animal and you've divided the multitude of labor between a dozen different people, and you've maximized every single component of the animal across a dozen different people. And then between all of you, because you all have these different skill sets, you're able to trade, barter, or share, probably more likely in a smaller community, all of those resources, and there's no wastage, because wastage is the enemy. And burning calories is just a waste, That's the beauty of community. That's the beauty. Not a single other one of those 12 people in my imaginary group needs to know how to hunt, but they need to know how to do the one thing from the product of the hunt. Do you know? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I could be a great hunter, but not have a clue how to tan hides or make clothing out of the hide. So if I didn't have a person who specialized in that technique, I've killed the animal, but I'm throwing the hide away because I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to utilize it. It's waste.
Yeah.
And it's about these skills, these specialities. And again, if you look at indigenous people in the past or even in the present, this is what they did. Men would typically go out and hunt meat. Women would typically forage, and collect things like berries, nuts, yams, all that kind of stuff, and they would form baskets. But they would usually also be the people who prepared the kill. The men were doing the kind of dangerous part, and some would say probably the easy part, and the women would be the one driving everything else and actually feeding and nurturing that community, the caregivers, as it were. That's the natural way that humans have evolved over time. Rather than fight that, why not go with it and learn from it? And that's my imagining of a perfect little mag or a little group of people, all working off the same resource. I just use hunting as an example. The same thing can be said for a gardener who knows how to propagate and rotate fruits, vegetables properly. And other people then know how to take those there's people who know how to do lots of things with potatoes, but the guy who grew the potatoes might not know how to do anything with them apart from boil them. You see what I mean? It takes a cook, a chef, to do something amazing with the produce that the gardener's grown. But the two skills are different, if you see what I mean. Because one is specializing in the other. Why not take advantage of that? I mean, it's sensible to take advantage of that. As a society in general, that's how the world works. I've got no idea how my phone is created. Not a single. I have zero skills on any of the components of how to construct a mobile phone. But it's one of the greatest pieces of technology known to man in this current point in time. And that's only happened because a wide net of people with very particular skills have eventually sort of came to a point where they were able to put all of those skills together and manufacture this bloody incredible machine,
Well, I'm not a hunter. I'm more into fishing. I like to go on my fishing trips, and I'm pretty good at fishing. Okay, so that is what I do.
Fishing is just a form of hunting. It's just hunting in the water. It's the same thing, really.
But you don't need to track the animal like that. You don't have tracks on the ground. You need to look after what kind of insects that is on that specific lake and what kind of types of fish you can find there and catch there.
Yeah.
So I'm more for trout because that's more sport. But if necessary, I can catch a lot of what's the name? What's the English word for it again? No, I forgot what. I'll check it up.
A lot of bait fish.
Perch.
Perch. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
delicious fish.
Yeah,
Oh.
I can. Perch is really easy to catch.
Well, I mean, fishing has been a staple of how human civilization has fed itself for countless generations, thousands of years. Man has lived off fish. I mean, that's one of the main things that we all live off of. The early humans followed the coastline because that was the largest, most readily available resource year round. Having a year round resource is important. I mean, the problem with fruits and vegetables and things like that is they're generally seasonal in seasonal countries. Whereas if you can live off animals or fish or the coastline, you can widen that net a lot more. So I mean, and I mean, I do a little bit of fishing as well, and there is great skill to being a great fisherman. And you're not tracking, the way that you track land animals, but you are learning how to read water. So if you fish in rivers, you have to learn how to where the correct place to fish in the river is. You have to study the eddies. You have to study the bends of the water. You have to understand that. You have to understand what lives in that kind of water, and that dictates what kind of bait you use. It dictates the size of hook you use. It dictates the time of year you do it. There's lots of, I mean, you know yourself as a fisherman, the intricacies of fishing is endless. And then I'm just talking about one species in a river, and then you go to locks or lakes, I suppose. Sea fishing, totally different thing. All of these things have got a vast amount of skills. And if you were a great fisherman and I was okay at hunting deer, for example, well, then we would trade those things. And, if there was gardeners, we would trade those things, because you can't just live off deer or fish. You would want a mixture, which is what we have now. And that's the benefit of community. Community is a group of human habitation that they all have their own individual, not so much a skill, but they all have their own individual expertise, which maximizes the resource that you have to its fullest potential and makes it broader and more varied. We live in a very complex society now. So you go to McDonald's and ask for a quarter pounder meal. If you actually break all the ingredients of that meal up, there's a lot of different stuff there. A lot of things have went into making that. In the real world, though, if you just want a bowl of soup, the carrots, the onions, the potatoes, the broth, the water, the protein source, each one of those things has come from a person who's got a particular skill set, and they've boiled it all down literally into a soup.
There is a little video that's making the rounds again about some company that does salmon and stuff, and the guy fights the bear for the salmon.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, it's making a round again, so it's popping up on Facebook all over the place. So.
Isn't that John West advert where he does like
yes,
karate?
yes,
yeah, that's what it is. The John West advert.
Yes.
I remember years ago reading a survival book where it was talking about how to survive a bear attack. How the old survival myths of play dead or climb a tree or do something like this. And this survival book, it was kind of tongue in cheek, but it was like, what you have to do is employ this type of jiu-jitsu, the survival jiu-jitsu. And it went through for the next 5 chapters of how to do this kind of jiu-jitsu to fight this bear. And then you turned the pages like, then you wake up dead or in your cornflakes because none of that shit works. Run away as much as possible. Don't mess around, playing dead and all this kind of nonsense. Just don't put yourself in that situation. That was the point he was trying to make,
Yeah.
Try to use jiu-jitsu against a bear. You will lose.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact. They do jiu-jitsu every day just to get something to eat.
Well, the only thing that would happen is that bear would take his paw and
slap.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Human. The strength of a bear is incredible. I never realized how strong a bear was.
Oh,
until
Lord,
I did a little bit of studying into them, and it's unbelievable. Even European bears. We don't have any bears in the UK, but we have some in Europe, and the strength of them is unbelievable. They can literally rip trees apart in order to get into like little grubs and things like that.
They can. I've seen it in the woods.
We have brown bears here in Sweden.
Crack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean those brown bears, they're a little bit smaller than the North American grizzly type bears, but they're actually the same species, I think.
Yeah.
But I seen a thing where it was in Romania, and they have a problem there of the bears getting into bins, trash cans, and they were putting locks on them. But the bears ripping these bloody locks off. They were actually like ripping into the metal of the trash can in order to get into the food. The strength that they have in order to do that is something else.
A brown bear can take his paw and slap it on a full-grown moose and take that moose down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Easily.
Well, you figure they've got 6-inch knives on the end of every paw that they have. So, yeah.
Well, you guys have probably seen that movie. Was it The Revenant? The Revenant?
Yeah.
Where, it's a Leonardo DiCaprio. Was he in it?
Yeah.
gets
Yeah.
beaten up by that bear at the start. It's brutal.
Yeah.
And that's based on a true story. That was based on a real mountain man, a real pioneer.
What a tough guy. Wow. If that
But
was
just
true,
fluke. It was
Ah.
true, but it was just pure fluke that he survived. I mean, it
Uh-huh.
was,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's based on a true
that
story.
movie. That was a really good one.
yeah.
I got photos. I can't share them because the platform will go. But it's happened up near Anchorage. There was a Forest Service guy that was on vacation hunting. He had a 7mm Mauser for his hunting rifle, and he was out there and he got attacked by a big Kodiak grizzly. He emptied his rifle into it. The last shot finally dropped the bear in front of him. And it has the pictures of him with the bear and pictures of the bear's last meal the night before, the hunter that shot it with a 38 6 times. But this bear, he's there holding the paw, and the paw is like this big. And then he puts his fist down next to the bear's nose, and he could put his fist up the nostrils of the bear. That bear is now in the Anchorage airport on display. So if you fly into Anchorage, you'll see this huge 14-foot tall bear, and it's just huge. And he said if he had had a smaller rifle, he would have been dead. But yeah, he emptied it totally into the bear. Every shot hit the bear, and the last shot finally brought it down. That is a scary bear.
Yeah. You will have nightmares for years after that.
Yeah. So,
Happy Max says he's seen the bear. He's seen the bear up there in Anchorage.
I've done some camping trips, wild camping trips in the Carpathian Mountains on the border of Poland, and I've seen sign of bear. I've seen the tracks. I've seen the scat and things like that. And you have a real sense of presence when you're in those kind of wildernesses. In the UK, you can wander around the woods, and the scariest thing you're going to find is a squirrel. It's like it's an angry squirrel. I mean, that's your biggest concern.
They got rid of the Monty Python killer rabbit.
Yeah.
Really, the scariest thing in my direct area is a meth addict.
Yeah,
that's more dangerous than a bear. They're more dangerous than a grizzly because they can think. And they're ruthless. But
you should have a grizzly as a house guard.
Oh boy. Yeah, I wanted to add this in to come back on the topic of a group from my wife's family's own experience. I recall when things were going sideways right here, and a neighbor lady was coming to me and saying, "How about if we form a group together? Because we've got guns and all that." And I said, "Well, I'll consider it," because she could tell by I was making caltrops, booby trap stuff in my shop, and she could tell what they were. So she had an idea. And that later that night when my wife came home, I said, "What do you think about pairing up with another couple?" She told me directly, guys, and don't forget this. She said, "Absolutely not. Nobody comes into this house but direct family. They are the only people who will come together. That's it. Period."
Yeah.
Well, why? Because strangers, it will come to bloodshed. It will come to bloodshed.
Yeah.
They'll rob you. They'll murder you. But your own kin is not quite so likely to do that to you. Blood only. So keep that in mind if things go really hardcore sideways. You can trust your brother, you can trust your sister, your cousin, but the guy down the street who wants to come over no, don't let him in your house. Basic rule, don't let anybody in your house other than the most trusted of all. Period. End of statement. Thank you.
I think the biggest red flag as well is be wary of the person who only makes themselves apparent when SHTF has happened. So like you have no idea who they are to begin with. They're absent, or even if you do know who they are, but they're entirely absent.
Bingo.
But the second they need something
Mhm.
because something's happened, now they
Yep.
want to be the most cooperative person in the world who can bring
Yep.
something to the table. Well, no,
She
you know.
she was one of those people, Alan, because the fires were going on, the power, we're in the middle of an actual shithead fan in this area, and here she comes, and she had a perfect butt. I mean, this was a good looking woman, and she came to my garage to talk to me several times, and yeah, this tells everything. She leans over my welding machine and sticks her ass out, which was a perfect butt, and goes, I need a good welder. I really need a good welder. That's a freaking opportunist right there. She's trying to use her pussy as power. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. There are
Well,
seductresses out there, and they
that
will use anything they can to get into your house.
that's a survival strategy that has been
Uh-huh.
employed since time began and will
Prepper
100% get used,
one.
and still does get used. I mean, that's nature. I mean, that is the nature, especially for women. Women will use whatever resources they've got. If that's what
Yeah,
they've
huh?
got, they'll
Yep.
try and make use of it.
Didn't work with me. No. Yeah. She was saying, "Oh, I need a good welder with her booty sticking out," and I went,
Lord.
"Well, you could go to Harbor Freight and have your husband buy your own welder.
Yeah.
Go back to your husband. Don't come here. Now,
Well,
beware of people
it
like
would-
that. Beware. That's
it-
right from
yeah.
a shit hits the fan situation. We were in the middle of it. Oh, well, let's pair up. You can have some of this if you no, beat it. Down the
Well,
road you go, lady. Kick rocks.
It would be different if let's say we take the same person. I need a welder. You can get $150 to help me fix this. That's
Different. Yeah.
different.
Because I did do independent work like that out of my garage, the last place we lived. Neighbors would come over. Can you stick these two pieces of metal together? And I'll, for how much? How much would it cost me to weld these two steel rods together? That's different. But some woman who's looking to use what she's got to get into my house, baby, kick rocks.
That
You ain't
would
coming in
be
here.
red flags for me too.
Have you guys ever seen the movie The Survivalist? The movie's just called The Survivalist.
Yeah, I was seeing
I think
that.
so.
Yeah,
I have watched that.
That's basically a movie about a guy who is kind of like a lone wolf, and he's a survivalist. And he has some skills, but he's lone wolf in it. And then he comes across an old lady, and I think it's her granddaughter, played by
No, it was her daughter.
Mia Goth.
Yeah.
The actress.
Yeah.
And he's left with this. Well, what are you guys bringing to the table? Because they're just in need of his stuff, basically, and he's resistant to begin with. And then it becomes a kind of back and forth. And of course, he doesn't really have any real attraction to the old lady, but the granddaughter's more attractive. And the granddaughter kind of uses that as a bargaining chip
it's good to
in
see
order
you,
to
man.
get what he needs.
I saw that.
The interesting thing about that film is he actually gets mortally wounded or very badly wounded defending them, I think. And while he's unconscious, they care for him. And he wouldn't have survived if it wasn't for them being there, though. And then he wakes up and realizes, wait a minute, you could have killed me while I was unconscious, but you didn't. And you kept me alive. But they were doing it not purely out of good-heartedness. They realized that they need him. So they ended up in a situation where the three of them are kind of just mutually living off of each other based on a need. And I mean, there's no real point to this movie, but it is a good example of what I think in a real situation like this would happen. I think that those kind of circumstances really do play out. You even see it nowadays. You hear about it on people like crossing the border. I've heard of like a Mexican family or coming from Mexico anyway into the United States with like a young child, the husband and the wife or whatever, and then the husband dying or somebody dying, and then you've got a woman and a child latching themselves onto somebody to sort of like help them because they're needing, and you see that all over the world.
It happens.
That happens.
Yeah, I've seen it a lot overseas. Yeah, I've seen it quite a lot. you know,
Yeah.
or a
I
woman
mean, you
got a
know,
couple of kids.
Bob. I've never been to the
Yeah.
Philippines, but you know, I've been
Mhm.
to Thailand a couple of times,
Yeah,
and
similar.
there are desperate poor people out there. Like
Yeah.
young women will throw themselves at
Mhm.
you get these gorgeous 19-year-old women throwing themselves at some 70-year-old bloke. And you're like, what the hell? Because they see that as a means to a better life. You know,
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
passport, there's an income there, there's whatever, and they're willing
Yep.
to sacrifice, you know, whatever it is in order to sort of get that better life. And
Yeah, I've seen it.
that
I've seen it
happens.
more than
That
once.
happens. I mean,
Mhm.
I never felt more attractive than when I went to Thailand. It's like it's the only country that I've ever been to where you go into a bar as a single man and you're surrounded by women.
Yeah.
You know, but of course they want something from you. That's the difference.
Yeah.
It ain't free, baby. It ain't free.
It ain't free,
Mhm.
no.
Hey, Bob, isn't there that same sort of problem there in the Philippines? Only you got to be careful of them, quote, women, unquote.
Thailand's the
they're-
same. Thailand's the same.
Yeah, they're around, but once you're, I'm pretty well traveled. I know the difference,
Yeah.
and that's where when you go into a situation like that where there's women who will do anything to get their next meal, you've got to stay strong inside, because you've seen it where Alan, these women are drop dead gorgeous. She's got nothing, and she will do anything she can to get a slice of pizza. You've got to stay strong inside. Stick with your wife. Stick with your morals. Stick with yourself, your inner self. Now, I have done many times is go buy a bag of Jollibee, a burger, fries, and a Coke. I've done that many times. Hand it off and get the hell out of there. Get out of there. Don't stick around, you know. But as far as loyalty to your wife, you must remain loyal to your wife. If you don't, you're setting yourself up, because these
Oh,
people
yeah.
live on the streets, and they can outthink you. They've done the scamming stuff, even up to including murder. They've done it many times, and you are a rookie. You're not familiar with what you're doing. Stick to your morals. Go home to your wife. You know.
It's the honey trap situation.
Yes.
I was actually reading recently that there's an issue, a thing happening in California right now, where you have these attractive women who pretend to be homeless, and then the guys pick them up off the street, take them home, and then a home invasion takes place.
Correct.
Because the woman, you know, gets taken back to the house, and then they've got somebody who follows them, and then they invade the home and rob the person. And that's a technique that's taking place just now, apparently in California.
That neighbor that I had who needed the good welder, that's a honey trap right there, dude. That's during peacetime, during a prosperous country. She was using what she had to try to get into our house. That's a honey trap right there. But overseas, it's life and death, man. Yeah. Don't fall for it. Stick with your morals, you know. And you've got to trust your feeling, your gut feeling. If this is too good to be true, or
It
is
is
too good to be
usually.
true. Yeah. And when you get that feeling in your gut, get out of there. Don't argue. Don't do this and that. Don't be the hero. Get out. Just leave. Just leave right now. Just turn around and walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
And another thing I was thinking about is that if somebody have their car lit on the side of the road and the hood up, and they need some help,
The damsel in distress.
don't stop. Well, you can stop and talk to them, but you don't go outside the car, because that can be a trap.
Yeah.
So that is another thing you need to take in consideration as well.
People will take desperate measures in desperate situations. I mean, that's absolutely fact. I mean,
Yeah.
the damsel in distress technique that you're talking about there, that's like somebody flagging you down on a dark country road. It's kind of the same as the person chapping on the door asking, "I've been in a car crash. Can I use your phone?" What they actually want to do is rob you. They actually want to just get in your house and rob you. But
and here in Sweden, we had people that had parked the car on the side of the road, opened the hood, and these were males, and they were usually two you could see, and they could basically, the one stood and checked the engine, and the other one tried to stop cars. And when they did, and if they asked if they need some help from the forest, there come out a couple of more people, and you get robbed, basically.
Yeah.
Road pirates
Yep.
is what we call them. We had some issues with them here in Sweden.
yeah, you just have to learn how to, because you don't want to be entirely cut off to the. Some people are just in need sometimes, and you don't. It's a case of trying to figure out what is the best approach to aiding your assistance. Is it worthwhile? In an absolute emergency situation where everybody's kind of in trouble, I would go down the route of no, just protect yourself and your immediate family who's around you. Everybody else will have to defend for themselves for a period of time. In peacetime, it's different. If I seen somebody with a flat tire, coming into the road in my town, I would probably stop, because the prospect of them trying to rob me is unlikely. But if we were in a severe emergency situation, it would be much greater, and I would think twice about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but there's a car stopped on the side of the road, and you just have that funny feeling. If you stop behind it far enough back, make a phone call, 911. Yeah, there's a car broken down here. This is the license plate number. I got a really bad feeling about it. I'm just going to drive away. You may want to send some a patrolman out here or whatever. Get the police coming, and then you just tell them, I called services. There's someone coming out for you. And if they get in their car real quick and take off, you know what it was.
Yeah.
But generally it's you just it's not safe anymore to stop anymore. You just get the license plate number. If you have someone with you, have them take a picture of the license plate of the car as you drive by, and then make the call as you're going down the freeway.
Yeah.
Gut instinct is a real thing.
Yeah.
Pay attention to it. Don't ignore it. That's a real life survival mechanism that human beings have evolved over many millennia to have, and we ignore it at our peril. And we have a phenomenon right now of something that's kind of known as suicidal empathy, whereas people will put themselves in survival situations, perilous survival situations, that they otherwise wouldn't have if they followed their gut instinct, and then it can end badly for them. We see it with young women getting onto public transport with headphones in, sitting themselves in front of groups of people who aren't part of their group because they don't want to be seen to be prejudiced in some way, and then they end up dead.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because that's suicidal empathy. And it's the same thing if you're a lone single woman, and you're in an underground car park trying to get to your car, and you see a group of men. Avoid them, because if you've got a bad gut instinct about it, just avoid them. Why be that person? Well, I'm a strong, independent woman, and they're probably okay, so I'll just go in my car, and then you end up murdered and raped or something. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you the person that's to blame for that? Is the victim to blame for that? Society will say no. I'll say yes, because you've just ignored your gut instinct and put yourself in that situation to be a victim. So it goes a long way as a survival sort of minded person to really, really pay attention to that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I would say in any emergency situation, wherever you are in the world, trust your gut. If it, you'll feel it. If you have any instincts at all, you'll feel it. It ain't right. Don't be afraid to turn around mid-sentence and walk away. I've done that 1,000 times in Europe and in Asia. You know, if it doesn't feel right, if it doesn't sound right, then it ain't right, and they're going to take advantage of you because you're a foreigner.
Yep.
Get out of there. Get out of
Yeah.
there right now.
It's like I was just saying, gut instinct is a real thing. Pay attention to it. It's there for a reason. Suicidal empathy will get you nowhere apart from dead.
You're right. Yeah, you've been abroad, Alan. You know.
Yeah. And whenever I'm abroad, I'm hyper cautious. I'm hyper vigilant to what's going on because I'm an outsider. And you know, people who come from a particular area know that you're an outsider. They know you're a tourist. Even if you look the same as them, doesn't matter. They know you're different, and they will take it if they're looking for an easy victim, because they're a pickpocket or something. They target you, and so you have to be more vigilant to it. And it's like I was just saying, trust that gut instinct, and don't be taken in by the suicidal empathy that's been pushed into us in a Western society now, putting yourself into dangerous situations.
That's
just
insanity.
Avoid them.
Mm-hmm. Get out of there. Yeah. As far as Gil was asking about the lady boys and all that, you mentioned that a moment ago. They are the worst.
Oh yeah.
They are criminals, dude. Yeah. They're out there. They are criminals, and they prey upon the new arrivals. Yeah. And they'll do that here,
Yep.
In the drug areas, I've seen lady boys here, not Asian, but they're white. They're dressed up like a woman looking to get into your car with you, give you a BJ or whatever. I have no fucking clue. I don't touch them. But that's what they're looking for. They're looking to catch you with your pants down and stick a gun underneath your chin or a knife underneath your chin. Now he's got your wallet and your car.
There's definitely a lot of them will try and rob you in Thailand, especially tourists. That is definitely a thing. There is a thing. I remember a few of my friends saying to me, "Are you not concerned that you pull a woman in Thailand and it turns out to be a man?" They actually don't do that because they're not stupid. They don't want to trick you into being because they will end up getting themselves hurt. So I mean, if you're interested in that kind of thing, then you specifically go and get that kind of thing, and they look for people who are interested in that. There's no tricking going on because that's not going to end well for them. What they will try to do though is rob you. Like Bob was saying.
Yeah, it happens.
So will women. So will just normal women. I mean, that's the thing that happens out there too. I mean, it's just a case of being vigilant and understanding the culture and understanding what you're doing. Tourists are victims anywhere they go because tourists are vulnerable people. They usually have money on them, they have documents, and they're not aware of what's going on. And your gut instinct's a little bit off when you're a tourist because you don't know the vibe.
And added to it, Alan, we cannot understand what's being said around us.
Exactly.
We cannot understand the language, and that's a big disadvantage for a tourist. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to know that you've been over in some of those danger zones, and you can handle yourself. If you can live through Thailand or Philippines alone,
I mean,
you can handle anything.
I like to travel. I've been to the Middle East a few times. I've been to Thailand a couple of times. I've been all over Europe. I like to travel. It makes you a more rounded person, I believe. And it makes you a better survival minded person as well.
It does.
Yeah. And this kind of just back on the subject before we finish as well. Sometimes having people in your group like that who come from these places, kind of like Bob's wife, for example, that's a great contribution because of that outside influence. Because of that, the more traveled a person is, the more knowledgeable they have on how to deal with, the kind of intricacies of differences that's going on. I find, it makes you a more rounded.
It's the best way to learn.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah, I think in a real emergency situation, the people who are too afraid to go outside of their home country are at a big disadvantage compared to others who are not afraid. That's one thing I think people should look into more. Fear. I've stood eyeball to eyeball, more or less face to face with 18 different junkies 19 trying to get into the garage with me in the last place that we lived. Fear. The best thing I could tell you during any situation like that is breathe. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Don't converse with them. Don't talk to them. Stand your ground and keep breathing. Keep breathing, because they want to trigger that fear mechanism in the victim's brain, because that makes you go irrational and do something you normally would not do, and you don't want to get in that situation.
Yeah.
Breathe.
Yeah, and just don't put yourself in predicaments that are perilous that way. You know what I mean? It's even if the people look like you, sound like you can understand them, you can still end up putting yourself in sort of vulnerable position. I was in Chicago a few years ago, and I felt quite vulnerable there, you know, because I was doing the touristy thing where I was wandering around, but I strayed off the beaten track, you know, and there was a point where I was like, you know what, I'm in a place that I don't recognize. I don't, you know, I'm an outsider here. I look and sound the same, but you know, I'm in a vulnerable position here, and I quickly got myself out of there. And it's the same in this country as well. You know, Glasgow's a very nice city, but I tell you right now, there's certain places in Glasgow, if you walk down there in the middle of the night, you're going to get robbed. Of course you are.
Yeah.
Because they'll know you're not from there, and they'll just take an opportunity to rob you. They would rob me. You know, because why would I be walking down the middle of a street at that time of night? Because you have to just be cautious. And I think people naturally are like this anyway. The only people who are not naturally inclined to do this are people who deliberately put themselves in a position because of suicidal empathy. You know? They get on that subway car with the earbuds in, and they pay no attention to the gangsters behind them, or they get in that lift because they don't want to be racist, so they're going to get in there with all those group of men, you know, and you're a 4-foot woman who can't defend herself. You're not doing society any good by being the example. All you're doing is being a victim.
Yeah.
I agree.
There's so much to learn out there how to stay alive, but that just all comes with time. You know, it really does. It comes with time and experience, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned South Africa in the side chat. I've watched a number of videos, and talking with Guardian, that's a sketchy place, man. Oh, baby. Yeah. I'm not going there.
Yeah. Again, it depends where you are. I mean, this is the thing. It depends what company you're with. I imagine if you went to South Africa and met up with Guardian, he would be able to show you all the best places to be and the safe, you know.
Certainly.
Anybody can be a victim of crime, but he is in tune with his surroundings. That's his country. He knows the places you can and can't go, etc. Same with you, Bob. I mean, you might live in a sketchy place, but I bet if I came and visited you, like say we were good friends, and I came and visited you for a week, I would be okay probably, because you know, no, you don't want to go down there. You know, you don't want to speak to these guys. You know, but if I just wandered myself down there out of the blue, and you know, I'd be in a bad situation pretty quickly, probably.
Yeah, what shakes me up? Okay, we've got British relatives, and they were talking about coming here to visit. Here's that mentality. I said, yeah, you can. I don't live directly in Seattle. I live in the area, and I told them both, under no circumstances will I take you to downtown Seattle. You know, the during the day in a couple of places is okay. At night, you're going to be a victim. I guarantee it. No, it's not like that. No. I said,
we can drop you away from. Yeah. We can drop them in a parachute straight over Seattle alone, and let's see how they will manage through the night.
Yeah, especially she being an Asian lady. Oh, I guarantee you she's going to get robbed. At least that. You know, no, fuck you, man. I'm sorry, but you know, I'm warning you, don't go to some of these places. You know, but yeah, Alan, if you came to this area, I would be the same with you. We can go to a couple of places in Seattle during the day only. That's it. Don't go hanging out around there at nighttime, man. You will get robbed.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we stopped going over to San Francisco because San Francisco is getting so bad.
That's what I've heard.
Even in the tourist areas in the daytime, it was getting bad. It's like, sorry, it's not worth it anymore.
Yeah. That's one thing that I was very concerned about was a few years ago. My wife and daughter are dual citizenship, and they had to go to the Philippine consulate in San Francisco. And I went, she goes, hon, I've got a hotel room for both of us right across the street. Right across the street. We don't even have to go walking down the block, nothing. We can walk across the street, get into the building, and okay. All right. Yeah.
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 That is what I would do.
Yeah, because even when I was going there from the Oakland Federal Building to the San Francisco Federal Building on BART, we never went alone. We went in groups of 6 or more.
Oh,
And it
I
was
don't
just-
blame you. Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't blame you at all. That's smart. That's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. The mentality, what did you call it, Alan? The sympathetic,
Suicidal empathy.
suicidal empathy, that will get you killed, man. It will get you killed. It's like my sister-in-law, when I warned them, you can come visit with us, but we're not going to go to this place. No. You disregarded what I said. Never mind me. I grew up here. I know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, you go ahead. And when I go to another country, like I've got family all over the world, if they say don't go there, don't go there. Don't do it.
Yep.
Yeah. That, I don't know. Here, we're going to go back overseas soon. And I spoke with my wife because the British that I'm related to are alcoholics. And I said, when they go out and get drunk, because they can't go for more than about 4 hours without alcohol, both of them.
Yeah.
When they go out and get drunk, I'm not going with them. I refuse to do that. I'll never do that again. I'm not putting myself in that situation.
That would
Because
be a nightmare.
I intend to get a retirement visa over there. The Philippine immigration is very strict. If you get into a fist fight in their country, you're gone. You're blacklisted. You're out. You're done. That's it.
Yep.
He will get us into trouble because he already did. He got too wasted, fell over onto a Filipino guy in the crowd in a bar, damn near got his ass kicked, and then later that night when we left the bar, he collapsed in the parking lot.
Yeah.
So I spoke to my wife about it. If you want to go with them, you go ahead. You're a dual citizenship. You're protected. For me, I ain't going. Not going to go with them. They can go get drunk on their own.
Yeah. And get kicked out.
All right.
They can get, yeah.
Well, I need to take a break before my next live stream, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
hop off of here, and I will see you guys later. Take care and stay safe.
All right. Later, Gil.
Stay
Later, Gil.
safe, Gil.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's time to wrap things up anyway. So
Oh, okay.
we are around for 4 hours and 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes. So it's time.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It was good speaking to all you guys, getting good subject as well. So that was great.
Yeah.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to have you guys on.
All right. You going to end the stream, Shadow?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, guys, take care, stay safe, and thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see
Later.
you next week, same time, same channel. God bless.
Mhm.
And be part of the solution, not the problem.